Call the Parks office at 615-793-3224. That 1 p.m. time slot right now is going to be limited to families with special needs. So if we have a good turnout and we need to extend that further, we will. So that's something new we're going to try this year to try to offer a little something for everyone. We're not going to have online registration this year. It's all going to be in person. I don't think the rink wasn't full enough last year to kind of warrant online registration this year. We will be accepting canned goods and unopened and unwrapped toys that we will donate those to the PD for Christmas. Any questions?
David, the size of the rink, is that increased from last year?
It will. It'll double. Well, I won't say double. It'll increase by 50%. So last year it held roughly 48 skaters is what it was rated for. So this year that number should increase. At no time last year did we have 48 skaters on there. But it will give a little more opportunity that if we do run into that, we can open it up and possibly have more toddlers out there at the same time.
Okay, and who are the guest speakers for Veterans Day, the veterans that are speaking?
They are Tabitha and Ross Howard. That's the things I did not have written down here. And I think, you may know this, I think we have one more lined up. And you're gonna have to help me out with that one.
Steve?
Kathy told me, and
You and I are in the same boat?
Kathy is God sent, and it's almost like you don't worry about it.
I think when you start to lose your hair, it kind of affects your memory also. So we'll blame it on that.
Here we go. Did the other part of the rink come in?
It's supposed to be here Friday.
Okay.
It's supposed to, the delivery truck is set up to pick it up tomorrow. It's still in customs. It's been in customs for 2 weeks. So Friday is supposed to be our delivery date. So last year there was no issue once customs released it with it getting in here within a day. I think I did skip over the parade of lights and the Winter Festival. That will begin at City Hall. It ends at Veterans Park with a tree lighting, fireworks, snow rink, and craft and food vendors will be set up.
I sent you a text message or an email about Fox had put it on there that it would start at Veterans Park and go the other direction.
Yes, sir, and in the front part of that media release, they had it right, so how it got kind of backwards at the bottom, yeah, it's beyond me.
Now, David, is Chief Beasley going to be out demonstrating his ice skating prowess like last year?
I'm going to practice. I'm coming for you.
Is that hip recovered?
It is.
And then will Doug from Public Works, will he be doing the figure skating again this year?
That was the plan. I think he kind of offered, and I think Danny also said he was going to come out since he has a hard hat and a vest.
Nice.
So we should be
Well,
good.
they can show the lift.
Yes, sir.
I guess the only thing left is to put Michael in the Duncan booth.
One last thing before I go, I definitely would like to thank Ann Smith for her hard work and diligence, keeping our events posted and getting those pictures out to the public so they can see what a good turnout we've had. Don't want her to get overlooked, but we certainly appreciate her help. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Miss Donna Bebout.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of October, our attendance was up. We were so excited, 2,857. And our circulation was also up, 3,115. And we also issued 85 new cards. We've had a lot of people that I met at National Night Out and Old Timers Day that have come that said they've just moved to the area and needed to get a library card. So we were very happy to accommodate them. We had 19 programs for ages birth to 17 and 5 for ages 18 and up. We're building those programs back up slowly but surely. Want to talk a little bit about our Saturday movies at the library. Those also have had really good attendance. We just watched Hocus Pocus, the original, this past Saturday. We had several children who really enjoyed that. I was vacuuming today. We always have refreshments, and I was vacuuming today, and something kept hitting, and I finally looked, and there were Skittles and M&Ms that were hid in my carpet, our carpet. So it was very interesting. So we had to get down and start picking those up, but it was fun. November the 12th, we're going to be having a Charlie Brown movie marathon, and of course, it can't be November without Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. So families, come on out, enjoy the movie. We have a wonderful TV, and it's just great to get in that meeting room and watch a good movie and have good refreshments. Tonight, I wanted to talk just a few moments about a couple of programs that we have monthly. These programs, as you know, like our story times, we have ages according to what we help present in the story times. Like on Mondays, we have homeschool story time. That's for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Miss Janice, she teaches the children the states and the capitals and the presidents. They learn it through song and dance. She reads stories that are pertinent to some of the curriculum that's going on and that they do. So it's important that we have those ages, that kindergarten through 3rd grade. We have Once Upon a Story Time on Wednesdays, and that's for our preschool children. So anyone age 2 and up to about 5 years old can come to story time, and they learn early literacy through fun songs, rhymes, puppets, stories, and so much more. And of course, through the fun of sharing books. Jammies and Stories is our one night that we have on Thursday nights at 5:30. Kids and families, which we've had adults come in their pajamas, and they come and they get to listen to some great stories, and it's families of all ages. We have them from babies all the way up to grandparents, and that's just a really fun time for music, movement, dance, books, and a craft. So that's why we have these ages divided out. We understand that there are siblings that need to come along sometime, and we welcome them. But we really like to focus on the age that we are looking at that time, or that we are there for. So our Kids Crafternoon, this is one that is coordinated by a former teacher. She's a former science teacher from St. Cecilia, and this is for students grade 1st through 5th. Now, we're going to have a great program on November the 8th at 5:30. We like to do STEM in action. STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So when we give them crafts such as, a little show and tell here. Okay, looks adorable, doesn't it? When you look at this, do you think of STEM? Okay, but it does. They have to take the kit that is packaged up. They have to read the directions. They have to comprehend those directions, and they have to follow the directions. And therefore, after they have done all of those things, it becomes a really fun and beautiful craft. Show it around here. So this is one of the crafts that they're going to be doing. Oops, I have a turkey stuck to a turkey here. Okay, that's the Give Thanks turkey wreath. The next thing we're going to be doing is the gliding turkey. Now, it comes in a package like this. And again, they have to open the package. There's no instructions to this one. They have to use their mind and figure out how to put it together to make a glider. When they're doing this, Miss Becky's going to be talking about aerodynamics of a glider using currents of rising air called thermals. And we have a demonstration tonight, Mayor.
You already did it.
You are, oh! Did I miss it while I was talking?
You said aerodynamic.
Oh, and it came down. All right, you need to try that again. Okay, readjust the wings, readjust the tail feathers. All right,
The air conditioning breeze, we run with that all the time.
okay, stand and go. There we go, much better. So the mayor got the aerodynamics just right. And tonight, Miss Becky sent all of the mayor and the aldermen a kit to see if you guys can put this together. And we may have to have a contest sometime to see who can make their glider go very far. I'll get it out in a moment. Okay, so do you understand why we would like to have the grades 1st through 5th? Because we want to get those things, over to them. We want them to understand, but have fun while they're doing it. And again, if younger siblings come, we welcome them. We welcome the parents to sit beside the younger siblings and help them out. One more, and I know I'm taking long tonight, and I apologize. Teens and tweens, and that's ages 11 to 17. We're going to have a program November 17th at 5:30, and our invitation says, invite a friend and have fun being creative in our do-it-yourself gift workshop. It's a great way to make gifts for families and friends. Marta and Lauren have come up with some great creative gifts that can be given away, or they can keep themselves, but they have to be very creative in it, and they have to use their imagination. Now, please note the crafts are geared for ages teens and tweens only. We may be using rubber bands that could pop a little one's finger, or scissors, or things of this sort. So this is why we have the ages 11 through 17. All we ask of the teens and tweens who are coming to provide the laughter, and we will provide the refreshments and also the supplies. Do you have any questions? And thank you for letting me go very long tonight. No questions?
Just comments is, you're awesome.
Yes.
Our team is awesome.
Your team is awesome. You always correct me on that, and I do apologize.
No worries, but you surround yourself with great people, and you can do great things, and that team at the LaVergne Public Library is so creative, and it's so much fun to work with them, and that's what we do. We work together.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Tanya.
All my stuff.
It's their first time, ain't it?
Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I just want to apologize. I have no cool show and tell. I'm sorry. I'll be doing the financial report for September 30th. In the general fund, expenditures exceeded revenue by $832,000. Just a reminder, property tax bills go out October 1st, so we're expecting that revenue to increase. Local sales tax was $969,000 above budget, also $198,000 above the prior year. State street aid revenues exceeded expenditures by $262,000. Stormwater fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $98,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenues exceeded expenditures by $723,000. On your second page are our bank balances. Then on our third page, we're doing comparison to prior year. The general fund revenue was down $67,000, expenditures up $65,000. Water and sewer fund revenue was up $83,000, expenses were up $172,000. And our water sewer tap fee revenue, tap fees were down $47,000. I also wanted to make you aware, today we did receive the second half of the ARPA money, which was in the amount of $5,298,000.
That is amazing.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
You have been training good, Phyllis. She did great. Yes.
I think she did better than I did.
Next up, we have Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. First, I want to say thank you to David to inviting me to go ice skating. I've been practicing my triple axel, so I'll show that off. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for November. One thing I would like to mention is Infomark was able to take part in the Goblins and Goodies event on the 22nd, and we always enjoy doing the city events and taking part in that, so we appreciate the opportunity for that. Do you have any questions about our report?
As usual, can you speak to the customer complaints?
I sure can. In the month of November, we had one customer complaint for high pressure. And when our inspector went out to check the pressure, it was about 105 PSI. So we advised the customer to take a look at their pressure reducing valve. This seems to have failed in the open position, allowing too much pressure for their home.
Question, bleacher pump number 3.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, that went into alarm earlier this month for an overcurrent failure. We're currently working with Ecotech on what would be a better option, whether replacing the pump or purchasing a new smaller size pump that could work with the current skate upgrade project that we're going through. So we're gathering up information, speaking with the city about that and trying to find the best option for the plant that's for treatment purposes and financially responsible for that.
Thank you.
And then Danny, can you speak to the spare super pulsator vacuum pump as far as where we are? I know that was a 6-month window, but where are we with that?
Yes, so there's been a delay in that, in the delivery of that, a postponement, so we're working with Walter A. Wood for that. They've keep updating us on, oh, it's been postponed, been postponed. The expected receipt date is the end of December at this point, so.
Okay. That's just the bearings that are bad.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, and it's our spare, so we do still have the 2 working pumps, but we're waiting on that spare, so we have some redundancy.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from the Stones River Roundabout to the water treatment plant. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. Motion to approve a letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road, Fire Station Number 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve?
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item on the agenda is going to be appoint or remove board and committee members. We have the library board with one term vacant. We do have one applicant, which is Carissa Benton. Need a motion to appoint Ms. Benton.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carissa Benton.
We have a motion to appoint Carissa Benton from Vice Mayor No. Our second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Well, considering this is my last meeting, I jotted a few notes down. First of all, it's been an honor to be a part of this board. I'm proud of our work that we have done together and the things that we have accomplished to move this great city and community forward. I would like to thank the board for their confidence in me to serve and for our police, fire, and all of our staff and their hard work each day keeping our city safe and taking care of our residents. I'm so proud of the pay increases that we passed this year and hope they all know how much they are appreciated and how much that was well deserved. Again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you all. Well, most of you. I think, with that being said, I think someone in purple would do a very good job and do well in this chair next month, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And speaking of the color purple, grape just so happens to be my favorite flavor of Kool-Aid. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone enjoyed the trick-or-treat last night. I'd like to thank the police department for keeping our roads safe with the children out there. Appreciate that, thank you. And not to forget Veterans Day on November the 11th. And also, make sure you come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to thank Ronnie. Your second shift last Friday came out and hung out with the seniors for a Halloween party. As soon as they walked in, they got a call. They had to leave. Luckily, it was something not bad, so they were able to come back. The seniors are always glad to see men and women in uniform come in and eat with them, dance with them. And then lastly, Alderman Honey, well, no more, Miss Honeycutt. Thank you for accepting the appointment. Thank you for stepping in and stepping up. I'm sorry that your job took a turn for the worse, so to speak, for this position, and it kept you from being here quite a bit. And a lot of people don't know that this is not a real demanding position, but sometimes when you're working, it is. And we do appreciate you, and I wish you and your family the best of luck. And I know you guys are looking, and you're going to be moving, so just wanted to say thanks, and I know you've made it as much as you could, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor No. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Davis and the police department for Halloween. I saw many cops out patrolling streets with blue lights. I also saw several out handing out candy from blue buckets in their car. So that is a great way to engage the community that's out and about. And I've not heard any reports of anyone getting hurt. So that's a great thing to hear. Just want to reflect. It's been 4 years, and it's been an amazing 4 years. We've had a lot of stuff done. We've gotten the CMAQ grant, and that's going to get going now that we've accepted that contract. So we will see sidewalks and crosswalks on Murfreesboro Road. We're seeing, as far as a funded project for widening South Waldron Road, and working on improvements for both Fergus and Old Nashville. We just voted tonight on getting the 24-inch water line, which was long overdue, back on track so we can get both Hollandale and Stones River repaved and looking nice. We brought in some great retail, BJ's Wholesale, Sherman-Williams, Dairy Queen, and many others are announced. Pop Shelf that just opened. And so, as always, want to remind everybody, early voting is going on now through Thursday, 10 to 6. We've got Election Day a week from today, 7 to 7. You can vote anywhere in the county, so come out, vote, make your voices heard. That's what we want to hear. We want people engaged in this community. Too many times that doesn't happen until it's election time. So for me, let's keep the city moving forward in a positive direction that benefits everybody. With that, call this, oh, yes, we do need to mention that. Thank you, because Miss Ann has been working on this diligently. So part of our 50th anniversary, we have, each month, we have different items. So this one, we have the cookbook. It is available digitally on the city's website. You can download it, you can print out your own copies if you want, or just use it on a tablet, e-reader, however you would like to. Lots of great items and recipes from our residents in the community, some from our staff, and I've even heard that Ann Smith's gonna start cooking some for us every so often.
Her and Phyllis.
So Bruce can greenlight that. But with that, let's have a great rest of the week. Call this meeting adjourned.
Coming up on part 2 of this special 2-part Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at food technology and how it is used by NASA. We'll see what the future holds for food technology on long-duration missions to planets like Mars. Plus, Johnny Alonso speaks with astronaut Mike Foale to find out what it is like to live and eat in space. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow. Hello everyone, I'm Kara O'Brien and welcome to part 2 of this special edition of Destination Tomorrow. In part 1, we found out how NASA researchers have made improvements in the types of foods astronauts have eaten since the beginning of the space program up till today. On this program, we will be discussing future food technologies and how they'll be used on long-duration missions. Recently, it was announced that NASA is planning to send a crewed mission back to the Moon and to Mars. Obviously, huge technological challenges will need to be overcome before these missions can be successfully accomplished. NASA researchers realize that trips like these will require building the appropriate type of spacecraft, having flawless life support systems, and will need the right tools to perform work once we arrive on these distant worlds. But a major concern that often gets overlooked by the general public is what types of food will be eaten by our astronauts on these long missions. Fortunately, previous missions to low Earth orbit in the Space Shuttle and longer missions aboard the International Space Station have helped NASA better understand how food and the astronaut interact. But not much is known about how food will fare on these long missions. The primary goal of the food systems in these long missions will be to provide a palatable, nutritious, and safe food for our explorers, while also taking up as little room as possible. Food is vital for survival here on Earth, but is even more important in some respects in space. Its preparation, quantity, and quality are critical and can affect astronauts on a physiological level. One of the most crucial problems on long missions is bone loss. Typically, astronauts lose 1 to 2% of bone mass each month that they are in space, especially in the lower halves of their bodies. In the weightless environment of space, there is almost no stress on the skeletal system. Bones are no longer providing support to walk and are not being used to maintain body posture. This lack of stress on the bones may be a key factor in an astronaut's progressive bone loss in space. Other problems like fluid shift and space motion sickness must be taken into account when providing food to the astronaut crews. Meals must be chosen that can help slow many of the problems faced by astronauts. Another major concern for NASA food scientists is the stability of food that is packaged for these missions. It's vital that the food remain edible for years at a time, staying safe and stable aboard the spacecraft. This is perhaps one of the most important factors of the planned long-duration missions. If the food spoils, there are no options currently available to astronauts for nourishment. With missions to Mars requiring at least 3 years to complete, stored food must remain shelf-stable for that time, preferably longer. In the short term, food systems that are currently being used aboard the shuttle and space station are suitable for transit to another world. But once astronauts arrive, other alternatives need to be considered. With these thoughts in mind, researchers at NASA are developing new ways to help crews eat well in space. In addition to storing food aboard the spacecraft, many at NASA believe that growing food in space or on planetary surfaces will need to be perfected to help feed astronauts on these long missions. Coming up, Jennifer Pulley speaks with Dr. Michelle Perchonik at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out about foods of the future. But first, did you know that freeze-dried ice cream sold in many museums today is not really eaten by our astronauts in space? In the mid-1960s, scientists blended and froze a mixture of coconut fat, milk solids, and sugar, then ground and compressed the mixture into cubes under high pressure, making a freeze-dried ice cream. This concoction was only taken into space once. In 1968, the Apollo 7 astronauts tested it while orbiting Earth. Although it is not known exactly what the crew thought of the ice cream, it's telling it was put on only one mission. Incidentally, the product sold today in the museum is produced differently. It is simply ice cream cut into cubes, then freeze-dried.
One of the biggest challenges facing NASA in the development of long-duration space missions is food. In centuries past, explorers could almost always find food in their surroundings, even if they were thousands of miles from home. Of course, this same luxury will not be afforded to space travelers. they will have to rely solely on food that is taken with them, or that can be grown during the mission in the vehicle or on the planetary surface. Although this may seem daunting, researchers at NASA are now developing viable systems to help keep our astronauts well fed on long space missions. I spoke with National Space Biomedical Research Institute food scientist, Dr. Michelle Perchanik, here at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Well, we have several goals. First is safety. We have to make sure the food is safe so that the crew doesn't get sick. Second of all, we have to make sure it's nutritious. The crew is getting all of their nutrition from the food. And thirdly is acceptability. If the food isn't acceptable, the crew is not going to like it. And we know that as the duration of the missions get longer, we need to make sure that that food is acceptable to them. And we do testing, and we'll be doing testing here at Johnson Space Center on the acceptability of the food with the general Johnson Space Center public, and then later with the actual crews.
So what are some of the challenges that you'll have to overcome?
Well, first of all, it's going to take us 6 to 8 months to get to Mars with the current propulsion system. And yes, there are engineers here at NASA trying to get the propulsion systems improved, but right now it's 6 to 8 months. And of course, 6 to 8 months home. And because of the way the planets align with each other, it's going to be 18 months on the surface. So the mission is going to be somewhere on the order of 2.5 to 3 years long. So what that means is we're going to have two kinds of food systems. The first is a transit food system. On the vehicle, because of microgravity, it is very difficult or almost impossible to do any sort of preparation or cooking of the food. So we're going to have a food system that's very similar to the ISS food system, prepackaged foods. Most likely they'll be stored at room temperature, so we won't have a refrigerator or a freezer. Well, that gives us some challenges because it's very difficult to find some foods that have a 3 to 5 year shelf life at room temperature and that you're not keeping it frozen or even at refrigerated temperatures. The other part of the challenge is looking at the packaging materials to make sure that we have the barrier properties to provide us with that 3 to 5 year challenge. So we have that issue. Now, think about it, 6 months, you've got all these packages of food because at each meal, you've got about 3 to 5 packages of food for each crew member times 3 meals and snacks. How do you store all this? Not only are you storing it at ambient or room temperatures, but you have to keep track of it, inventory management, and tracking and knowing where it is and how much you've used and when you've used it. So the challenges are unbelievable even just for the transit mission.
Right.
And even though we've done it already on ISS and shuttle, we've got that many more challenges to go after for this.
One of the main challenges for NASA planners will be to provide food that will help keep crews healthy and happy, while also helping the astronauts' bodies acclimate to the rigors of space travel. During these long missions, astronaut physiology will need to be taken into consideration. The human body has adapted to the effects of gravity here on Earth. But once gravity is reduced, the body slowly begins to adapt to its new surroundings. During this adaptation process, weight loss, dehydration, constipation, electrolyte imbalance, bone loss, and a myriad of other problems may occur. To help prevent or alleviate many of these problems, researchers are investigating the levels of nutrients each astronaut may need. Proper diet and exercise should counteract many of the problems associated with the physiological changes. So that takes care of the transit, of getting to Mars. Once they're there, on Mars, then what?
Well, then we have the opportunity to use the gravity of Mars. Mars has 1/3 gravity. So that's a little bit of gravity, enough to keep things down towards our feet. And with that, we can start looking at processing and preparing food. Now, we may be growing some of these crops, or we may be bringing up these items in bulk, such as soybeans or wheat. We will have to grow the vegetables and fruits because those don't have the shelf life we need. When I talk about bulk, what we're saying is we're going to bring up in large quantities unprocessed foods that you would then add in either through processing or maybe in the recipe. So for example, we would bring up large quantities of soybeans, and then we could use those soybeans to process into texturized vegetable proteins, or maybe we make it into tofu. So we would have that opportunity for more variety, therefore more acceptability in the processed food system. We'll also be bringing up items that will help us do the preparation in the galley, such as dried herbs and spices, or dried, non-fat dry milk, or maybe dried egg whites, because it's going to be hard to bake a cookie or a cake without those kinds of ingredients. in addition to the baking soda and baking powder. So we're looking at all those different ingredients, what the quantities might be, and whether they will also last that 3 to 5 year shelf life, and how we're going to store them. We think we'll have to store the soybeans and the wheat berries at refrigerated temperatures and probably in a non-oxygen atmosphere. Oxygen's not food's friend, and we want to keep the oxygen away from those bulk ingredients until they're used.
Other than providing bulk foods, there is also a plan for astronauts to grow food once they arrive and set up planetary bases. The plan would consist of crews growing crops hydroponically, which means to grow the food by using water rather than soil. Having fresh crops would not only provide variety in the menu, but would also offer great psychological benefits to the crews as well. With both fresh foods and bulk ingredients, crews would be able to process many of the foods that they would be eating. Processing food would consist of taking one type of food and making it into many different types of foods. As Michelle mentioned, foods such as soybeans could be processed and made into tofu, soy milk, soy oil, soy flour, and many other items. Other foods that would be ideal for processing include potatoes, wheat, rice, tomatoes, and peanuts. With the right equipment, crews could potentially grow and process large amounts of the food they would need to survive on site, rather than solely relying on food from Earth.
Well, processing is not so hard down here, but now we need to worry about not bringing up too much weight, too much volume, and trying to be multifunctional with the equipment. For example, maybe a piece of equipment will not only make pasta, but it'll also mill wheat berries, and it may also make cereal for breakfast. Crew time is an issue. You don't want the crew to be spending all their time processing and preparing the foods because they want to be out there exploring and doing real science.
Weight is going to be a major factor in getting crews to other planets. Knowing this, NASA planners are deciding if they should provide multifunctional processing equipment or if they should rely on age-old proven methods of food processing.
For example, how do we make bread? Well, we could do the more modern way of putting everything into the bread maker and letting it happen, or we could actually just go the old-fashioned way, mix all the dough up, knead it, let it rise, knead it again, let it rise again, and then bake it. And we're going to have to be looking at where that fine line is on crew time versus automation and the mass that we would have to uplift to the Mars surface. They're not at Mars to do cooking. You know, they can do that at home. They're there to explore.
To help make NASA's exploration goals a reality, NASA planners are also relying on outside help. Many colleges, universities, and other entities are performing experiments on food and processing equipment that may someday be used in the space program. The expertise that is being provided will help focus and quicken the development of technologies that will make exploration possible.
We are a small group here, and we're not the experts in everything, so we go externally. For example, we have a researcher at UC Davis looking at developing, and he's actually built a prototype on a multi-purpose fruit and vegetable processor, testing it using tomatoes, but again, a multi-purpose piece of equipment that will dice, cut, concentrate the tomatoes or anything else. One of our faculty fellows actually has looked at radiation issues. We know that radiation is going to be an issue. We know it for the crew as well as, we believe, for the food, but we don't know at what extent. So Dr. Wilson's been working on how radiation affects soybean functionality, and he's looking at it on two sides. Again, the safety side. If you're going to bring up bulk ingredients, you need to make sure they're clean and safe before you bring them up. Then he also is looking at what kind of radiation they may incur during a mission to Mars. We don't have the atmosphere here on Earth on Mars, so he's looking at how that's affecting, for him, the tofu processing or manufacture. And he's finding that, yes, at higher levels of radiation, the tofu isn't made quite as firm, and it has an off flavor and aroma to it because we get that rancidity from the oil.
Well, Michelle, it seems like you and your coworkers really have your work cut out for you.
We do. It's going to be a huge challenge, but we're going to do it. Although the Mars mission is more than 25 years away, we're still going to be able to potentially use some of the technologies that we're working on here on Earth before that time. So what we're learning today will not only help our astronauts, but will help the people here on Earth also.
With proper cultivation, many of the technologies that are being developed to help our astronauts eat well in space may also someday be used to help feed people back here on Earth.
An added byproduct of plants being grown on permanent planetary bases is that plants will not only be eaten by astronauts, but they will also be providing oxygen. In a moment, we'll meet an astronaut who will give us a first-person account of what it is like to live and eat in space. But first, did you know that the first time solid food was eaten in space was on Gemini 3? Astronaut John Young carried 2 meal packages to sample on his 5-hour mission. While in orbit, Young surprised fellow astronaut Virgil Grissom when he presented him with a corned beef sandwich on rye, which had been purchased at a delicatessen in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Although Grissom enjoyed the gesture, he did not finish the sandwich because it was producing so many crumbs. Many of us have only dreamed of going to space, but only a few of the best and brightest have actually had the opportunity. But an even smaller amount have spent long periods of time there. The experiments and data collected from these pioneers is helping scientists and future astronauts learn more about the effects of long-duration missions on the human body. One of these pioneers that has spent significant time in space helping lead the way is astronaut Michael Foale. A veteran of 6 space flights, Foale is credited with 4 spacewalks totaling almost 23 hours. He's also spent time on both the Russian space station Mir and was the commander of Expedition 8 aboard the International Space Station. He currently holds the U.S. record for time spent in space at 374 days, 11 hours, and 19 minutes. So who better to help us understand what it's like to actually live and eat in space? Johnny Alonso spoke with Dr. Foale to find out how it works.
The International Space Station is without doubt one of the most amazing structures ever built. Orbiting Earth some 242 miles above us, its stated goal is to teach us how to live in space for long periods of time. Although there are many areas of scientific study being researched, one of the most important is food technology. Understanding how the human body interacts with food in microgravity will be one of several key questions that need to be answered when we travel outside of Earth's orbit for long periods of time. Who better to ask about food in space than an astronaut who spent over a year on both the ISS and the Mir eating a variety of different foods? Astronaut Mike Foale will give us a skinny on what it's like to live in space and to find out how it works.
Eating in space is a treat. Basically, you get hungry, you get thirsty, just like we do on Earth. I think after the first day in space, when you get launched into space, your stomach lifts up a little bit as you float.
Okay.
And so for the very first hours after arrival in space, there isn't a desire to eat. And that is because you're finding some vestibular issues, some nausea. But those pass, and they pass pretty quickly. In my case, 2 or 3 hours. After about 2 orbits, an orbit is 1.5 hours, 90 minutes. After about 2 or 3 orbits, you're starting to get ready to take off your spacesuit that you used to launch into space. In my last flight, it was on a Soyuz rocket. You get out of this cramped space, stretch out, you change clothes into something soft, not this bulky, awkward spacesuit. And then you think about eating. There are many different types of food fare, in space. On the Soyuz rocket, which is probably the most meager food cuisine I've come across in my career.
Okay.
The Soyuz simply has dried foods and juices. This food is really not made for a real meal. However, it's enough to get us by for the 2 days it takes to get to the International Space Station.
I'm going to have a turkey with apple and cranberry sauce.
We get to space station after 2 days, and it's a wonderful, wonderful sight, because not only there are friends there, there's more places to stretch out and move about, big windows, but there's also food, real food, and they're talking to you about it. They're saying, hey, what should we put on for you? And the first thing that came to my mind was I remembered my experience of Russian foods and American foods that we shared 50-50.
where we keep our food. The red boxes are Russian food. The blue boxes are American food. Why do we have so few American boxes? That's a good question. I'm not sure what I'm going to have tonight, but I think it's going to be American. Got chocolate pudding cake. Not sure I want that just yet. I don't know. Let's try something else.
One of the worst things to eat in space, but they still keep sending it, both Americans and Russians, they send crackers. And you eat crackers and they go, and you have all these crumbs flying out. And the whole issue is to somehow put the cracker into your mouth and then sort of seal your lips around it, and then crunch on it so the crumbs don't explode out of your mouth.
Tell me, does food in space taste differently than it does here on Earth?
The whole issue of taste in space is one of, I think, research. In my personal experience, I don't believe my tastes, my sensation of taste really changes in space. I did notice on my first long-duration flight on the space station Mir, over time, I started to want or crave salty foods more.
So Mike, when it's time to eat, do you guys, all get together at the table, or do you sit by yourself? What's the procedure?
Well, the most important thing I think anybody does in a day is eat. And what do? We're social creatures, human beings, and we like to eat together. And that's where social events normally occur, is around food or drink. Same is true in space. And as the commander of the International Space Station, I understood very, very clearly that I was not going to let us, just two of us for most of the time, Sasha, Kaleri, and myself, eat at different times. Because then we would start to come apart, we wouldn't understand it, there wouldn't be the exchange, it would just be very, very poor. It's hard enough living for 6.5 months in a small space with only one other person far away from everybody else. So I said, Sash, we're going to have breakfast, we're going to have maybe a coffee break about 11, then we're going to go to lunch, and we're going to have fixed lunch, and we're not going to let the ground bother us, and we're going to make it clear to the ground we don't want to be bothered. Then we're going to go to tea at about 4, and then we go to evening meal at about 7. And sure enough, we then got this routine going. This is a good example of a space shuttle tray, not often used, simply because the tray really is designed to hold your food. Now here in front of you, it's very convenient for me to just hold the implements that I would use to talk about eating. But actually, on the International Space Station, or indeed on the Space Shuttle, there's so much Velcro patches around that you can always use the same food implements or items to simply stick your food to whatever Velcro is near you. And any wall, any surface generally has some Velcro nearby. And it attaches just with a little Velcro circle. They always make a point on the space station or on the Space Shuttle to have hook Velcro on the items that you would attach. And they always have pile Velcro on the walls. Pile is softer, it doesn't scratch your skin for one thing, so it's just more comfortable to be around everywhere. And then you make hook Velcro, the stuff that's just kind of small and specific. And so I'm holding right here minestrone soup. And notice there's a barcode. There's also soup minestrone, which is in Russian, and I read that for you. The barcode is used in the case that we have to do any food logging experiments. They know exactly how many calories, what the food value is of this packet, and we have food specialists who know exactly what's in this, all the vitamins, all the calories, fats, etc., and cholesterols. If we're going to drink water, for example, we would still log it, even though there's no calories in it. We would scan the packet, and we'd fill it with the right amount of water.
So we've been talking about all this food. I mean, how do you control your weight in orbit?
Obviously, you eat more or you eat less, and your weight will change. In space, the initial reaction, the first 2 days, is for you to go to the toilet a lot, and you lose a lot of fluids. You probably lose 5 to 10 pounds just in the first 2 days, just through fluid loss. And a lot of the fluid is coming from your legs. It's also shifting up into your upper body. And that's why when you see people on television from space, they kind of have slightly puffed up cheeks. I do believe we actually lose that fluid shift somewhat in our faces, because we've basically just lost fluid. So that's a change in the body, and so you have lost weight at that point. And we measure our mass every 2 weeks. And the first month of my flight, we talk to our flight surgeons, our doctors, every week about how things are going. And generally, it's always a, how you doing, you know, nothing's wrong, etc. They want us to eat enough so that our mass, our weight on Earth, stays the same. And they know that when you come back to Earth, those astronauts, and we've had many different types of flight, many different cases, those astronauts that have not kept their weight on orbit, but have lost weight, do very poorly recovering on Earth. They don't get the fluids back into their body quick enough, they aren't strong enough to move around easily. So I was being told by my flight surgeon, Mike, eat. And I went, yes, I will. So it was simply a license to eat.
So that's how it works. So if you're into really expensive takeout, I got the stuff for you. Minestrone.
That's all for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat
anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, help me, killer whale,
You must help him. Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti, and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried, but it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild, and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and the strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, a killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No one messes with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales. In fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, and I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I got to do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span. So they definitely can keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before. And it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
They're so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
I think it was shampoo that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I've been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to
conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There's no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one,
Yeah.
and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came?
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kaliha's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Kit is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate? It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come. Assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
They also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and, and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
Read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
everybody this morning? Oh, we got such a good crowd. I want you to give yourselves a hand. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you're going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what? Anybody else? 17. You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or a, it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on Miss Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, phew. Y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that will help our imagination. Jessie, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. They'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be hailed? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy. But he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh. What if leaves were fish? Shoo. Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! Isn't that be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi, them out, and he tell you. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand out in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? Ah, we did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay, I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? It's all of them? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us? Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stay right here. All right, Jess. We need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stay right here, baby. Stay right there. All right. Who else, Jeff? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's Block? Oh, I see you. Come here, big man. Come here and help me step. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie. Come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he?
What's your name?
Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now y'all don't faint, cause I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never before opened paints because, you know, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots, and she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show, and they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music. While you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. There goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. How are you? All right, let's put this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I think I know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, what, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you?
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there. That's my Miss Donner! Hi, friend. Oh, yeah. How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie, isn't that neat?
Get out. They came on well to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really going to get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner.
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure
Now you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right? All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right, we're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. So I'm going to go right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out. Get a car seat. Come play harness. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a scarf right there.
Scarves. They wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
Like this right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Even that. She's hard right there.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
We hit a bump. We hit a bump.
You know that sun is really, really hot.
Oh, it's hot.
On our heads, it'll keep the sun out our eyes. Everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna rocks with. What's wrong with her hair, Miss? What? Now that'll work right there. Well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think I jobbed on bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Sing it, Dad. Sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Your bottom is off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get our Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool?
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
Woo, we cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that you see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for me. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. They fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, mate.
I'm driving in my car.
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on
He's on the airs right there, Miss
I've
Honey.
got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh, my doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to me.
Well, he worked. He ain't a poodle. That work. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't he cute?
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here we go.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
No, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really
Music. these friends came out right there.
I know we're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir?
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah?
I received a letter from Garnet.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. I did. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jessie. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister. I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
You're behind the scenes on the set of Disney Channel's Even Stevens. My name's Margot Harshman. I play Tawny Dean. And let me tell you guys, I just love math and science. I especially love solving problems. Everybody else's problems. You guys can't miss this episode of the NASA Y-Files. It's a show about real-life inventors who look at problem solving in a whole new way. So why don't you go join the Treehouse Detectives and see if you can help them with their wacky invention.
Hey, you hear me? Yeah, you come see our clubhouse in a tree. We are kids on a mission to educate ourselves about the NASA vision. Come explore math and science, cause that's what makes our alliance. We are the Wi-Fi Club. We yearn to learn and want to see everything that we can be. So come join us on our journey. Don't you touch that dial. And welcome to the NASA Wi-Files.
In this episode of The Case of the Wright Invention, you'll be asked to answer the following questions. Who were Orville and Wilbur Wright? How is the invention process similar to the scientific method? And how do the Treehouse Detectives use the problem board for the invention process? When you see this icon, it's a clue that the answer is near. Now pay attention as the Treehouse Detectives uncover the case of the Wright invention.
I'm bored. We need something fun to do.
We need an adventure.
Did I tell you? I'm going to build a kite and enter it in the U.S. Air Force's museum annual kite festival in Dayton, Ohio.
No way. That is so cool. What kind?
I don't know yet.
I brought this really cool book. It had all kinds of trivia. Did you know that people in China have been flying kites for over 3,000 years?
You guys won't believe what happened to me yesterday. I still can't believe it. I was riding home from the treehouse as it was getting dark, and a car almost hit me.
Are you all right?
Uh-huh, but it scared me. I wish bikes were easy to see at night.
That happened to me once.
Maybe we could find something on bike safety on the internet.
That's a good idea.
And in science news, today marks the first day of the annual Invention Innovation Convention. Our reporter, I Am Listening, is down at the Thomas Edison Center with this report.
Thanks, Ted. Kids from across the country are gathering here to showcase their latest and greatest inventions, each one hoping to win the coveted Kid Genius Award. Kids Science News Network will be bringing you live, up-to-the-minute coverage of this historic event. Back to you, Ted.
I wish someone would invent a device that holds scalding hot coffee. Ow! What an amazing invention. This is Ted Toon saying good night from KSNN.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, we can do this. We should have entered contests, because I bet we could win.
We're the Treehouse Detectives. I know we can win this contest with our
invention. We won the Extraordinary contest last year, didn't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Treehouse Detectives, I am honored to accept this award.
But what should we invent?
Yeah, come on, we can do this. We just have to put our minds to it. We always start at the beginning.
Yeah, ask questions. Like, what do inventors do?
What's an inventor?
Here we go. The Wright brothers. They were really big inventors. This is a story about how they invented the aeroplane. Oh, I get it. The airplane.
When you drive a wagon, you don't have to worry about it tipping over, do you?
Well, that depends upon the smoothness of the road.
Orville, pay attention. No, you steer a wagon to make it go where you want it to go, but you don't have to worry about it tipping over because it's stable. However, a bicycle is completely different. When you're riding a bicycle, you have to steer like a wagon, but you must also constantly shift your weight from side to side as you ride to prevent the bicycle from falling over because it's an unstable vehicle.
What are you getting at, Wilbur?
Well, instead of stability, we should concentrate on the ability to control an airplane. It should be an unstable vehicle. You should have to balance an airplane in the air.
Much like you have to balance on a bicycle. Isn't that what birds do? Balance in the air.
Yes, the problem of balance is the problem of flight itself. We can control the pitch and yaw of an airplane, but no one's been able to control the rolling from side to side. Orville, I believe we can. It's only a question of knowledge and skill, as in all acrobatic feats. It may not be as easy as learning to ride a bicycle, but this is a problem we can solve. You and I.
Well, Wilbur, what are we waiting for? We've got work to do.
That was really strange. It was like I was really there, talking to the Wright brothers. Maybe this is a clue. The Wright brothers must have realized that they could solve the problem of flight, as they called it, once they understood the basic problem.
You know what? Let's talk to Dr. D.
Yeah, he'll know where we should start. Like Orville said, what are we waiting for? We've got work to do. Let's go.
I'll download a Get Up and Go form from the NASA Wi-Fi's website. Hi, Dr. D.
Oh, hi, kids. What's up?
We want to become great inventors, but we don't know where to start. Can you help us?
How do you get an idea for an invention?
Hold on. Take this one step at a time. The first thing you have to understand is the invention process.
Is that anything like the scientific method?
Very similar. Scientific method, you start by identifying or recognizing a problem. In the invention process, you begin by identifying a need or want. A list of things that annoy or frustrate you is a starting point. You might call this a bug list.
I know lots of things that bug me, like my sister.
Let's take an example that you're bugged because you're always losing your portable CD player. The next step in the invention process is to think of solutions to the need or want.
That sounds a lot like the second step in the scientific method. An idea would be to paint the CD player a bright color so that you can see it easily.
I like the idea to have it beep when you clap your hands.
You're really getting into this now. Once an inventor has a list of possible solutions, the next step is to evaluate each one to decide which one to develop.
Maybe we could choose the cheapest one.
Or maybe we could choose the one that we can make by ourselves.
Yes, once you have standards or criteria, it helps to be able to judge amongst the possible solutions. You can then do research to narrow it down. The next step is to make a model and test it.
That's like testing the hypothesis.
That's right.
So if we use the bright color, we have to test it to find out which color worked best.
I'll bet inventors alter and improve their models as they test it, just like we have to modify our hypothesis if it doesn't match the data.
You guys are really getting good at this. Be sure to keep an accurate record of your entire process. It's really important. It's like keeping a science journal.
Well, I saw a design log on the NASA Wi-Fi's website. It should help us keep track of our ideas and progress. I'm sure we'll find plenty of cool ideas to put on our bug list, or our needy list.
Wait a minute, something that I really need. I'm trying to find a really great way to show the scientific principle of inertia.
Isn't inertia something about objects at rest staying at rest?
Yes, that's pretty good. It also explains that objects in motion remain in motion unless a force acts upon them. I've always used a bowling ball to explain the part about staying in motion, but I want to find a more exciting way to do it.
How can we help?
Why don't you think of some possibilities and we'll talk about it later. Hey, I've got an idea for you. Why don't you check out the National Gallery of Young Inventors and see who was inducted into the Inventors Hall of Fame this year?
Let's use your computer, Dr. D.
Go right ahead.
I read about someone named Lindsay Clement from Longview, Texas. She's being inducted into the National Gallery of Young Inventors. Let's contact her and ask her about her invention. Hi, you must be Lindsay Clement. We're the Treehouse Detectives, and we wanted to ask you about your invention.
Sure.
Exactly what does your invention do?
This is a gumball machine. It helps pick up sweet gumballs in my backyard.
How does it work?
As you push the machine forward, these mesh wheels grab the gumballs and carry them around to the front, where they are collected in this basket.
How did you come up with the idea for your invention?
Well, I was at the driving range with my dad, and I saw the golf ball collector cart picking up the golf balls. And I figured if it worked for golf balls, why couldn't it work for gumballs?
That's cool. What did you do first?
Well, first I started drawing to see what it might look like, and then I started building.
What was the most difficult part?
Probably finding something that would actually pick up the gumballs. I experimented with lots of different materials until I finally came up with wire mesh.
That's great. We're trying to make our own invention. Do you have any advice?
If you have anything that you think might solve a problem or help fix something, stick with it. Be willing to try new things if they don't work. And design and test your ideas. You really have nothing to lose.
Especially when you end up being inducted into the National Gallery of Young Inventors. Maybe we'll be there one day. What an honor. Congratulations. I wonder if the Wright brothers had a bug list. My bug, or
needless is long.
Not as long as mine.
Ah! You're crazy.
You're not afraid of bugs.
This is really weird. Have you ever seen anything like this? This place makes me feel like I've gone back in time. Okay, is this really happening? Ow! Okay, I'll be brave and walk right up to him. Excuse me, sir, could you help me?
That's it! Orville! Orville, I've got it! Excuse me. I figured it out. Look, I've solved the control problem. It's right here. Watch. As I squeeze and release, the wings rotate up and down.
Hello? What are you doing?
Oh, excuse me. I'm Orville Wright. This is my brother, Wilbur. Wilbur may have just discovered the answer to the basic problem of flight control.
Here, pretend this box is an eagle. If you twist the box in the middle, one wing rotates down, causing the air to go over it, making it go down. The other wing rotates up, causing the air to go under it, making it go up.
We've observed birds doing this, and now we think we've discovered a way to do the same thing with an aeroplane.
Please, excuse us. We have so much work to do.
I bet you do. May I take a picture of you before I go?
Okay.
Great, thanks a lot.
That was an interesting idea. Where'd you get it?
My brother. Go figure.
Dr. D was right. It takes lots of work to allow yourself to see things in new ways.
You guys, the most unbelievable thing just happened. Look at this picture I just took. You saw me take this picture of the Wright brothers.
You took that? Amazing.
That's not real.
I knew you wouldn't believe it, but I was just talking to Orville and Wilbur Wright.
Huh? Impossible. How could they still be alive?
Well, I can't explain it, but it was as if they were just discovering the concept of wing warping. They'd already identified their problem, and it was as if I was watching them take their first step towards solving it.
Maybe we need to take our first step.
But we haven't identified the problem yet.
Let's look at the bug board. So many of our ideas are about bike safety. Why don't we work on that?
I'll go to the problem board.
I think we should concentrate on making them more visible at night.
Works for me.
Good. Now what do we need to know?
I think we need to know more about being an inventor and the history of invention.
How do we do that?
Not sure. But maybe it would help if we found out what other inventors do.
I'm typing in the keyword invention. Here's a list of search results.
This site says there's a museum in Washington, D.C. The Lemelson Center for the Study of Invention and Innovation. It's part of the National Museum of American History.
It sounds like one of the Treehouse detectives needs to get up and go.
So what's up? How can the Treehouse detectives make their bike more visible at night? What's the next step in the invention process? Do the Treehouse detectives have the right stuff to be inventors? You'll find out on the next segment of The Case of the Right Invention.
In part 2 of The Case of the Right Invention, you'll find out what is brainstorming. What do the Treehouse detectives learn about evaluating ideas? And how does Dr. Harrison help the Treehouse detectives?
Hi, are you Mr. Judd?
Yes, I am. Can I help you?
I'm Bianca, one of the Treehouse detectives.
Treehouse what?
Treehouse detectives. We're entering an invention contest, and we need to learn more about inventors.
Well, you come to the right place.
What do you do here?
Well, we do lots of things here, but we study invention, we do programs for young people, and we also collect papers from inventors.
Papers like their journals they use to keep notes on their inventions?
That's right.
Are there a lot of famous inventors?
Well, there are, but there are a lot you may not have heard of either. People like Beulah Henry. She had some 48 patents, which had all sorts of inventions like parasols and toys, and even an ice cream freezer in 1912.
I bet she had a big bug list.
You might want to read about Stephanie Kwolek.
Is she a scientist?
Yes, she went to school to study chemistry, and then she invented a stuff called Kevlar.
What is Kevlar?
Kevlar is a super strong fiber that's in everything from boats to airplanes today. In fact, we have an example here in our Gold Rush bicycle of a Kevlar.
Can anyone be an inventor?
Yes, we can all be inventive, but I think there will only be one Wright brothers.
How do you become an inventor?
Inventors are curious about things. They also try to improve inventions. And you know, some inventions just happen by accident.
I'm sure whoever made these bikes had a lot of fun.
Yes, sometimes people do invent just for fun. In fact, we've got a new exhibition, Invention at Play, which will encourage people to develop their own creativity through play.
Maybe we can come back for that. We're having trouble figuring out what to invent. Our problem is how to make bicycles safer at night.
Coming up with a solution is often the hardest part. Frequently, you have to keep trying different solutions before you get one that'll work.
Well, I hadn't thought of that. Maybe if I look around at some of the great inventions, I'll get some ideas.
Yes, take a look at our bicycle collection, and also take a look at our solar-powered car.
Definitely. Thanks, Mr. Jeff, for all your help.
You're welcome.
Hello, Treehouse inventors.
Well, we're not inventors yet. We know our problem. Mr. Judd at the Linson Center said that a problem can have more than one solution, but we're having trouble finding at least one. Do you have any ideas?
Just the thing for you. It's called brainstorming.
But I forgot to bring my umbrella.
Oh, very funny. Brainstorming is something that helps you think creatively.
Is that where we're going to get together and toss us out ideas?
Yes, it is, but there's certain rules you have to follow. Someone has to record the ideas. Everyone needs to contribute ideas, and all ideas are accepted.
What if one of the ideas is silly?
That's all right. You're encouraged to give wild, silly, or even way out ideas in addition to the practical ones.
I'll be good at brainstorming.
How do we start?
You already have your problem, how to make a bike more visible at night. And I printed off a brainstorming web from the Y-Files website. It's a tool for brainstorming.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Why don't you practice by brainstorming my problem of inertia? Objects in motion remain in motion. Set a time limit, come up with as many solutions as you possibly can.
Okay, let's sit in a circle. I'll put the timer on 5 minutes. I've got the timer. Okay, I'll be the recorder. Okay, let's go. I think it should be something on wheels.
How about a catapult that flings things far in the air? Or smoke rings. That'd be cool.
How about a paper airplane? I'd like to use a watermelon.
That's a silly idea.
Remember now, no criticism.
Okay. What do we do now?
Are there any solutions that are similar, can be grouped together?
Yeah, like catapulting a watermelon.
See, I told you a watermelon wasn't a bad idea, if you don't mind a big mess.
Thanks for all the ideas. I'll let you know what I decide to do. Remember, never judge any ideas during the brainstorming, only afterwards during the evaluation.
How do you evaluate something?
You need to talk to my friend Dr. Catherine Fay at NASA Langley Research Center.
That's a great idea. Thanks, Dr. D. Hi, Dr. Fay. This looks really cool.
Hi, kids. Welcome to the lab.
What is all this stuff?
These are various inventions that Langley researchers have developed here in Hampton, Virginia.
Are you an inventor?
Yes, I'm an inventor, but my job is to research solutions to problems that NASA has in aeronautics and space. And some of these solutions turn into inventions. If you have a creative, innovative environment, inventions will happen.
What are some of these inventions?
This is a colorless polyimage. It was invented by several Langley scientists and is used as a flat panel reflector on solar arrays on satellites in space.
All these things look great, but how do the researchers know if they're good ideas?
First, as a researcher or an inventor, you need to define your problem. Then, you need to test your proposed ideas. You collect the data and analyze it and see if it works. If it doesn't work, then you need to reevaluate. Maybe you modify it, or maybe you start with a new idea.
That's why collecting data is important?
Yes, collecting and analyzing the data helps determine if your solution meets the requirements.
So, what do we do with our bad ideas? Do we just throw them away?
No, the idea might not answer this solution, but the data collected is good because it will help you determine other solutions.
Well, is that it? We collect the data to test our product and we're done?
You might want to consider a few more things in the evaluation. First, can I make it? And second, can I afford it?
Could you help us get started?
Tell me one of your ideas to solve the problem.
We thought of maybe painting our bike to solve the problem of making us more visible at night.
That's a good idea. I think you should consider what kind of paint you're going to use. And where are you going to paint it on the bicycle? On the frame or the tires or both? Then you need to decide how you're going to determine whether you're really visible at night.
I think we need to go and have a brainstorming session.
Yeah.
After your brainstorming session, send me an email, and I can put you in touch with researchers that develop reflective materials.
Thanks. I'll keep in touch. Bye, Dr. Faye.
Bye.
Bye.
That was a great brainstorming session.
Yeah, look at our list now.
But some of them are pretty silly.
Well, some of the silly ones led to some really good ones.
Let's start evaluating.
Remember, Dr. Faye said we have to decide on a set of criteria for evaluating our ideas.
It can't be too costly. Yeah, because I don't have much money.
And it also has to be something easy for people to use, and it should work.
And we should be able to make it ourselves.
A reflective helmet would be pretty easy to make.
And it wouldn't cost you much.
It would certainly be easy to put on. Anyone could do it.
But we'd have to test it to make sure it would work.
How about this idea of the flashing lights?
It would sure be easy to do. We could just stick a light on our bike.
That might not work so well, because then we'd have to put lights all over the bike.
And that'd be expensive.
Look at this list. We have a lot of evaluating to do.
I better go home. I gotta get ready for the kite festival.
I wish we could go, but we'll stay here and keep evaluating.
Today is a great day for flying kites, and that's what we're going to do. Of course, we have to build it. Who knows what shaped kite we are building today? What kind?
In designing the invention, there are a few fundamental concepts they'll need to understand. Research what is already known about the idea. We observed that hawks soar better than buzzards, and that hawks also maintain their balance in strong winds better than buzzards. Why? Because their wings are shaped very differently.
The wings of a hawk arch up a little and then flatten at the tip. A buzzard's wing gradually angles upward all the way to the end.
And then they'll need to keep a journal. It is essential for them to keep very careful
and accurate
records of everything they do on the project.
Hi! My friends don't believe that I met the real Orville and Wilbur Wright, so could you sign this picture I took of you? Hey, where'd they go? I know I'm not crazy. I just saw Orville and Wilbur Wright. Huh? You won't believe who I just saw. Those same two guys from the bicycle shop, and they call themselves Wilbur and Orville.
That's awesome, Jacob. Pay really close attention because you'll probably learn lots of stuff that we can use with our invention.
Yeah.
Could Jacob really be seeing the Wright brothers?
Maybe they're actors, pretending to be Orville and Wilbur.
They're not pretending. I'm telling you guys, this is the real deal.
Okay, we believe you. I read somewhere that the Wright brothers became interested in flight after their father gave them a toy helicopter.
And listen to this. The Wright brothers were self-taught engineers, neither of whom attended college.
I wonder if their parents were really smart.
Actually, it was their mother. She loved math and science.
Like me.
But will you graduate top of your college class like she did?
Of course.
Listen, guys, we got a lot of work to do. We narrowed down our ideas, but what are we going to choose from?
The Wright brothers said to research and find out all that is known about our idea.
Let's go to the problem board and see what we need to do next.
Okay.
You know our problem is to make bikes more visible at night.
And that anyone could be an inventor.
We know that inventors brainstorm lots of solutions for their problem.
And that Dr. Faye said to determine the criteria for evaluation.
That means we're on the right track.
So what do we need to know?
I think we need to research how to make things more visible at night.
Like materials that reflect.
I'll go to the library.
Hey guys, wait. I just got an email from Dr. Faye. She says to check out her colleague, Dr. Harrison. She works with reflective materials. Sounds like that's our next stop.
Wow, this is neat.
Are we in the right place?
Well, you're in the right place. I'm Dr. Joycelyn Harrison, and I work here in the Advanced Materials and Processing branch at NASA Langley Research Center. But since you guys are in the lab, could you do me a favor and put these safety glasses on? We have to always remember to use safety first.
Well, we're trying to solve the problem of making our bikes more visible at night, and we want to use reflective materials.
We were hoping you could help us. Do you know anything about reflective materials?
Yes, here at NASA Langley, we do research on developing reflective plastics. Here's an example of a reflective plastic film that we developed right here.
Wow, this is really lightweight.
This would look really cool on our bike. How do you make it?
Well, we start off with this clear polymer solution that has metal ions dissolved in it. And then we pour it on these glass plates, and then we bake it in these big ovens.
You bake here?
Yes, actually chemists do bake, but we call it curing. While curing, the metal ions in the material migrate to the surface of the material, and we end up with a very reflective plastic.
Wow, I thought that only metals were reflective. Why does NASA use reflective plastics?
Well, you guys come with me and I'll show you an example of how NASA used materials just like this. Come on.
What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. It's so tall.
This is a reflective antenna. Actually, it would have to be about 5 times larger than this to be used in space. NASA puts antennas like this in space to collect energy or signals for communications and scientific measurements.
Why does it have to be so shiny?
It needs to be reflective so that we can focus the energy to where we want it to go, like to a location on Earth or to a science instrument on a satellite, for example.
We really need reflective materials too. We're trying to make our bike safer at night.
I don't think we could build anything like that. Do you have any suggestions for our bike?
Well, what kind of things do you think could help you see your bikes at night?
We had a brainstorming session and came up with a few ideas, like stickers, maybe paint.
Yes, but just make sure that those lights and stickers are reflective so that the light will bounce off them. You might also consider using some reflective gear.
Gear?
Yes, like reflective vests, helmets, or even tennis shoes.
We'll get started. Thanks for your help. We really appreciate it. Bye, Dr. Harrison.
So what's up? Are reflective materials the answer to the problem? What should the Treehouse Detectives research next? Don't miss the next segment of The Case of the Right Invention.
Watch carefully and you'll learn the following. How do the Y-Files Kids Club experiments help the Treehouse Detectives? What is iterative design? Why are models important?
Did you know?
Oh no, not again.
I'm the trivia king. You like this one. Did you know that Wilbur Wright turned his hat like this when he was ready to fly his plane?
Cool. Maybe he started the trend.
Okay, guys, back to business. Dr. Harrison said that there are a lot of good ways to paint. Cover a bike in reflective coatings. I wonder if any NASA Kids Club members have done experiments on visibility or reflective coatings. Jacob, would you check that out for us?
Here's a school. Virginia Stevens in Riverside, near Dayton, Ohio. Let's see what they're doing.
Hi, my name is Erica Hartley from Mr. Mark Bomida's 3rd grade class in Riverside, Ohio. We are proud to be an AIAA school, which stands for American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. We need your help. Can you tell us about your experiment on reflective surfaces? Sure. We started off with the problem. We needed to find the most visible material for bike safety at night.
That's so funny. We have the same problem. What did you do?
We did a fun experiment. It's really easy. We tested 4 items: a 5 centimeter by 10 centimeter piece of white poster board with fluorescent paint, a glow stick, a neon pink poster board strip, and a reflective sticker. I've seen this experiment before. First, you start by taking a piece of clay and dividing it into 4 equal parts. Then you take the clay and roll it into small balls. And then you set the balls on the table in a straight line, about 8 centimeters apart. Then you take each test item and insert it into the balls of clay.
How did you do the test?
It's easy. Shine a beam of light on the first item and observe. Then record your observations on your data sheet. After you conduct the experiment, give each item a safety rating. Number 1 stands for poor visibility, and number 5 means the item is very visible at night.
Did you find out which items work best for bike safety at night?
Yes, we came up with several findings from our data chart. We found the neon pink paper, like this one here, is noticeable, but it doesn't reflect light. The glow stick produced its own light and was really visible, but it can only last for so long.
Yeah, the glow sticks only work for 10 hours, and it only gives off light. It doesn't reflect it.
The fluorescent paint doesn't really glow at all. Our top score is the reflective sticker. It reflects light well, and it's good for night visibility. We hope this helps you.
Bye! Thanks, later. That really helps. Street signs and the tape of my tennis shoes are examples of reflective materials.
This might be the answer. If a material is reflective, it can be seen easily when a car's headlights hit it.
The Y-Files Kids Club comes through again. If you enjoy experiments and hands-on learning as much as we do, be sure to visit Dr. D's lab inside the treehouse on NASA Y-Files website.
Dr. D, we've narrowed our ideas down to just 2.
We could paint the bike with a reflective coating or make our clothing more visible.
Well, now what you need to do is test your ideas. Invention work is not just theoretical. It can't just look good on paper. It actually has to work.
So how do we do that?
You can build a model.
On our trips to NASA, we've seen a lot of engineers building airplane models and then testing it in wind tunnels.
It's a lot easier to build, test, and analyze a model than a full-sized object.
Does that mean we should build a miniature bicycle to test?
No, if you're testing reflective coatings, a model might just be a small piece of metal that you paint.
We need to experiment with the model to find out which paint makes the bike most visible.
And we need to test it in a variety of different situations.
That's right. Just like with a scientific method, you have to do your testing very carefully.
That means we need to change just one variable at a time. I remember all those details.
And don't forget, we need to keep careful records.
Let me show you what I did with my project. I ruled out watermelons because I'd have to do it inside. And ideas like paper airplanes just didn't meet my criteria of being spectacular. I did a little research, came up with a basic idea, and built a model to test.
Did it work?
Well, let me show you. I built this box and tried out different size holes, and I used a bee smoker to produce the smoke.
What's a bee smoker?
It's a smoldering fire, and it produces a lot of smoke. It's what beekeepers use to calm the bees when they're tending the hive. I went through the process of build, test, analyze, and then redesign many times. And I finally have a box that works pretty good. Let me show you.
That's fun. My dad helps out at the theater, and they have a smoke machine that works even better.
What a wonderful idea. See, it's great to work together as a team on the invention process. I think it's time for both you and me to put together a prototype of our inventions.
What's a prototype?
Well, once you feel pretty good about your testing, it's time to build a full-size working model to test, which is called a prototype.
Oh, that's when we use a real bike. I can almost taste victory.
I think we can do this, but I'm still not clear on this model-making thing.
Well, there are 2 projects going on right now at NASA Langley Research Center that will help you learn more about model building. I'll give both researchers a call for you.
Let's divide into 2 groups and take our investigation log and record what we learn.
I'll call Kaylee and see if she can go on a field trip. Then we can share what we learn with each other. Let's get up and go. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wozak.
Nice meeting you.
This is a wind tunnel, isn't it? What do you do here?
We're testing a new kind of airplane. A micro-air vehicle, or MAV for short.
Is this a real plane? It looks more like a bird or a bat or something.
Well, you're pretty close. It's about the size of a bird. And we use what we know about how birds, bats, and insects fly to help design it.
Do you test your models?
Yes, testing is an important part of the design process.
That's why we're here, to learn more about the design process.
Well, design is the process by which you turn ideas into reality. Ideas often involve contributions from many different people. We collaborate or work together by sharing ideas to improve our design.
Kind of like us. We work together as a team. We collaborate.
That's great. For MAVs, we're working with aerodynamicists, controls engineers, wind tunnel engineers, technicians, and even biologists.
Biologists?
That's right. Biologists help to better understand how animals fly. And we can design and build airplanes that use the same principles. Through collaboration, we help each other, and we can iterate to get a better design.
What?
Iterate. It almost always takes lots of tries and retries before you get an effective design. Iteration refers to the process by which we design, build, test, and analyze our data.
Data collection is another part of the scientific process.
From our data, we modify our design. We repeat the process over and over again until we get it right.
So collaboration and iterative design help you come up with this. But what are you going to do with such a small plane?
Well, we're going to use it to be our eyes and other senses to go to places we can't get to or are too dangerous to go.
That is so awesome! I guess we need to get back to the treehouse so we can collaborate and iterate.
That's right. And remember to use what you learn to make your designs better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wozak. This was really great.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot.
See ya.
You must be one of the treehouse detectives.
Hi, I'm Kaylee.
I'm Sam James, an engineer and technician.
Hi, Mr. James. I really like this place. There's so many models.
It's a pretty cool place to work. All the models you see here are designed by NASA researchers.
I was hoping you could help me understand more about why models are important and how they're made.
Okay, well, this blended wing body. Where do you think we have to start to make this model?
A mold?
Good guess. Come over to my desk. That's where we'll begin.
Okay.
We use a computer-aided design program, CAD for short, to make all of our models, like this blended wing body. Engineers and designers use their design specifications to create a profile. Then the programmers create drawings for the operators to use.
What's that over there?
They are molds, which are used to make models.
Can you show us how to make a mold?
Sure, we use several different technologies depending on the type of model we're making. Again, this blended wing model. One way to make this model airplane is to put fiberglass or graphite skins in the mold, then insert what we call hard points and bulkheads for support.
That's really neat. What kind of materials do you use?
We usually use aluminum, balsa wood, and honeycomb to reduce the weight.
Wow, these are really light. Are all the models the same size?
Not at all. Different tests require different types of models. For instance, the blended wing body. It's going to be made in two different scales. A 1% like the one I showed you earlier, and a 14% like that one on the table over there. By the way, if this 1% model has a wingspan of 2.5 feet, what will be the wingspan of the real airplane?
He doesn't know that I'm a math whiz, too. That's easy. 1% equals 1/100. So you just multiply 2.5 by 100, and you get 250.
You would do great at making a model.
Okay, guys, let's put our ideas together and go from there.
Good idea. Let's go to the problem board.
What do we know?
We know that the problem is we want to make our bikes safer at night.
We know that anyone can be an inventor.
Inventors brainstorm a lot of solutions, and we know how to evaluate our ideas.
We know that we need to build a model before we build our invention.
What do we need to know? I think we need to know more about building our own model and testing it.
Okay, so where do we go from here?
I'm going to the Wright Brothers Monument in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina to fly my kite tomorrow. Maybe I'll learn something about how the Wright Brothers did their tests. Yeah, maybe I'll see them again.
Good afternoon. I'm I Am Listening, reporting live for Kids Science News Network with this breaking news. I'm here at the Invention Innovation Convention with last year's winner, Isaac N. Vention. Mr. Vention, you... Wow, that's one volcano that's out of the running. Now, Mr. Vention, you won last year's competition with a nuclear-powered electric toothbrush, and you've got an even bigger and better invention for us this year. Tell me, with so many great inventions in the competition this year, do the Treehouse Detectives have any hope of winning?
No, Miss Listening, not a chance. If you'll excuse me.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Treehouse Detectives have a long way to go if they're going to have any hope of winning the Kid Genius Award. From the Invention Innovation...
Slow down there, son. Be careful.
Sorry, I guess I just got carried away when I saw you. You're Wilbur Wright, aren't you? What are you doing here?
We're hoping to test our new glider, if our weather conditions improve.
Last year was very frustrating for us.
It was a failure, Orville.
We'd been using Otto Lilienthal's lift calculations, which were generally considered to be accurate.
But after last year's frustrations, we wondered if they might be wrong. So we decided to do our own lift calculations.
How did you do that?
Orville built a wind tunnel and created a wonderful scale to measure and calculate lift. We created and tested several different types of airfoils to find the one with the most lift.
We're really anxious to test it as soon as the wind conditions are favorable.
Why can't you test them now? How can you stand waiting?
Waiting is difficult, but if we don't conduct our test in appropriate conditions, we might invalidate our results. And worse yet, we could damage our glider and ourselves. No, we must wait until conditions are right.
So what's up? What type of model will the Treehouse Detectives build? How will they test their model? Where will Jacob see the Wright brothers next? You'll find out on the conclusion of The Wright Invention.
In the conclusion of the case of the Wright invention, you'll be asked, what do Treehouse Detectives do when their tests fail? How do they redesign the model? And how do inventors protect their inventions?
This just isn't working. What's wrong?
Why can't we make these things work?
Do you remember what Mr. Judd at the Limson Center said about inventors, failures, and perseverance? Well, I wrote it in my journal. Here it is. Thomas Edison said that genius is only 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And that Benjamin Franklin said that he never failed. He just found 10,000 ways that didn't work. And Thomas Jefferson said the harder he worked, the more luck he found.
I guess just because things aren't working for us right now, it's no reason to quit. Remember what Mr. Wyzak said about taking time to analyze our data from testing and using what we learned to make our model better?
Jacob's right. Design, build, test, analyze, and redesign over and over and over again until we get it right.
Remember, it took the Wright brothers 4 years of hard work to get their airplane to fly and 2 more years to get it to fly the way they wanted to.
I have an idea. NASA's testing a high-altitude plane called Helios in Hawaii. Let's email them and see if we can set up a video conference to see how they do their tests.
Hi, I'm John Del Frate. You guys are the Treehouse Detectives.
That's us. Thanks for talking with us.
What can I help you with today?
We're having a hard time with testing. We heard you just finished testing the Helios plane. Could you give us some advice on testing?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
What exactly is the Helios?
Well, Helios is a solar-powered flying wing aircraft. It's flown remotely from the ground, and some people have described it as a flying yardstick. It's not designed to carry people, so you can shape it much differently. It has one of the biggest wings ever built. If you can believe it, its wingspan is bigger than a 747's. Yet it's extremely lightweight. It weighs less than most cars.
Why was it built?
NASA had 2 reasons. The first was that we needed a special airplane to collect information about our atmosphere up to 100,000 feet. That's 3 times higher than a regular passenger airplane flies. Recently, Helios set a new world record by flying to 96,863 feet. The second reason was that we wanted to design an airplane to fly longer than any airplane has ever flown.
Why do you need to test your invention? Could you tell us how you tested the Helios plane?
Testing is really important for us for a couple different reasons. The first is that we want to make sure we actually understand how our airplane and its parts work. We design the test and use the best information to predict the outcome of it. Then we compare the results with our predictions and figure out why they might be different. There's another reason why we test so much. It's because building airplanes is very expensive. We've been testing different parts of Helios since 1996.
That's a long time. How could it take that long?
In the beginning, we start out with simple models like this one to test the aerodynamic design. And then we made bigger and more complicated models until we were ready to actually make the real airplane. On some of our parts, like the propellers for example, we had to change the design and start all over. It's a long process. We aren't the only ones who've taken time to test. The Wright brothers tested patiently for several years before they succeeded way back in 1903. Careful testing leads to success. By the way, you know the place where the Wright brothers completed their first flight? It's a national monument, and it's a wonderful place to visit.
Great idea. We should go there. Do you have any other advice for us in our invention?
Actually, I do. Before you begin to test, you need to think about what could possibly go wrong and be prepared to handle it.
Thank you, and good luck with Helios.
Can you imagine going up 100,000 feet in an airplane?
No thanks. Well, maybe we're on the right track. We just need to rethink what we're trying to do.
You know, this tire looks really skinny when you look at it this way. It won't matter how reflective the paint is. No one will be able to see it at night.
You're right. It's easier to see a bike from the side than from the front and back.
Maybe we should stop trying to make the bike more visible and start concentrating on the rider.
That sounds good. But what if we did both? What if we used the best reflective coating and put it on the bike, then use the best reflective material and put it on the vest?
That would definitely make it more visible.
But only if the car's headlights hit the reflective material.
What if we put a blinking light on top of the helmet? Then you'd be visible even at dusk.
I don't know if I want to wear something like that, but I guess I would if it makes me safer at night.
Dr. D, we did it.
Our invention works great.
Congratulations. Looks like you brought it with you.
You bet. Look at this. Check out this vest. And the helmet. It has a spotlight and a blinker.
Wow. I'm really impressed. It's unique. Looks like you really made the invention process work for you.
We really struggled to get started. We didn't have any ideas until you helped us with our bug list or need list.
Once we decided to find a way to make a bike more visible at night, we came up with a lot of possible solutions.
We tried hard not to be critical, but that was hard to do. Jacob and I had some pretty silly ideas.
Hey, remember, no idea is a bad idea.
Okay, then we learned from Dr. Faye that we had to come up with criteria to evaluate our solutions.
Yes, like it should be cheap and something that we can do ourselves. That helped us to narrow it down to 2 things.
Keep going. Looks like you've been following the invention process very carefully.
Then we built models of both of our ideas and tested them, but nothing was really working.
We had this really great idea that if we combine both of our ideas, we come up with this really terrific invention.
So then we built a prototype or full-size model and tested it with their parents.
I knew you guys could do it. What are you going to call it? It does need a name.
Never thought of that.
How about Bike Bright?
Or the Night Buster.
Those are both great names. Oh, I almost forgot. Did you bring the smoke machine?
Yes, I did. Can we try it out?
Here's my prototype. I'm excited to try it. Let's fill it with smoke and see what happens.
That's really cool.
Thanks for all your help. I couldn't have done it without you.
For once, we had a chance to help you, Dr. D.
Hope you've been keeping your iLog and writing down all of your ideas and your work.
Of course. Why would you ask us a question like that?
Well, good, because that will help you prepare for the last and final step of the invention process.
What's that?
Protect your invention.
How would an inventor's log help us to keep it from getting broken?
Well, I don't mean that kind of protection. I mean to keep someone from stealing your idea.
Wow, we never thought of that.
For example, Daniel Drawbaugh said that he'd invented the telephone. He didn't have a single paper or record to prove it.
I thought Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone.
But the Supreme Court decided they rejected Drawbaugh's claims because he had no journal or record. Alexander Graham Bell had excellent records and was therefore awarded the patent for the telephone.
We don't want that to happen to us. I think we need to learn something about patents and how to protect our invention.
The U.S. Patent Office is a great source of information.
Wow, there's a lot of information on this Patent Office website. I think we need to talk to someone about this.
Well, let's get up and go to the patent office. Bye, Dr. D.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Miss Nyblood. Welcome to the Patent and Trademark Museum.
Hi, Hi, I'm Bianca. We finished our invention and we like to learn more about patents.
Well, you've come to the right place. The United States Patent and Trademark Office has been protecting the rights of inventors for over 200 years.
Well, what is a patent?
Well, patent is a property right granted by the U.S. government that gives an inventor the right to exclude all others from making, using, or selling the invention for up to 20 years without the inventor's permission.
How can we recognize a patent when we see one?
Would you like ice cream? Have you ever noticed patent numbers on some of the products that you use every day? Like these right here on this ice cream freezer. And this is what the patent looks like.
But how do we know the difference between a trademark and a patent?
This is Walt Disney's original trademark application for Mickey Mouse. We sometimes like to call it Mickey's birth certificate. Trademarks protect words, names, symbols, sounds, smells, or colors that distinguish the products or services of one company from those of another.
Like Ben & Jerry's or Breyers?
You got it. The Coke bottle is a registered trademark, too.
Can books be patented?
No, but they can be copyrighted. Authors and artists can register their copyrights with the Library of Congress.
Thanks, Miss Nyblood. I never knew there was so much involved with inventing.
It's really hard work, and it can be very expensive. But just like other kinds of property, intellectual property, your patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secrets need to be protected.
This has been helpful. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye, and good luck.
You guys, our inventions are so cool, but I hope everyone else likes them.
Did you know that the Wright brothers received their patent for their flying machine many, many years after their invention?
I don't want that to happen to us. That's why patents are so important. You know, we haven't even named it yet. What should we call it?
How about Visagear? Nah.
Hey, you guys. We did a good job, didn't we?
We sure did.
And who knows? Maybe we'll even win the contest. There are more adventures waiting for you at the NASA Wi-Fi's website. You can become an inventor, too.
Here comes Dr. Textbook.
Hello there. People have dreamed of flying for centuries, and it finally happened in 1903 when the Wright brothers invented controlled flight and flew 852 feet in 59 seconds. With the invention of the jet engine, Chuck Yeager flew faster than the speed of sound, which is 750 miles per hour, and that was in 1947. Then, NASA invented successful rockets that took John Glenn into orbit around the Earth in 1962, and Neil Armstrong to the moon in 1969. Right now, NASA astronauts are building the International Space Station 220 miles above us. This is going to be the first permanently orbiting space hotel and research facility. And guess what? Now NASA is building airplanes that fly like birds. Oh, imagine that, fly like birds. Oh, I love it! So, in the spirit of good inventions, I have invented my own flying machine prototype. And if it works, I should be able to fly in relative ease from place to place. So, here we go. Not a very good idea.
Hey, that reminds me. Let's go to the Wright Brothers Monument and see the Wright Brothers first flew. I met the neatest ranger there, and maybe he can tell me why I've been seeing the Wright Brothers everywhere.
Great idea. I'll ask my dad if he can drive us.
You guys go ahead. I have homework.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Ranger Collins. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Jacob's told me so much about your tree detectives.
Yeah, pleased to meet you. This is cool.
Would you like to see where the Wright brothers worked?
Yeah, of course. You bet.
Hey, detectives, do you like homework?
Well, sure.
It depends.
Kinda.
The Wright brothers did tons of homework right here in their home at Kitty Hawk.
You mean they actually slept in these beds?
Right up top. In 1899, they wrote the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., asking for all available information of man's early attempts to solve the problems of flight.
I read that they went through all the information and identified all the problems that needed to be solved. And they used the scientific method to achieve powered flight.
That's right. The Wright brothers identified control as the key problem to human flight. And they stored their airplane in a hangar just like this one.
This looks really old. I did some research on them. I found out it took 4 years of hard work, dedication, and lots of disappointments before they solved the problem.
But the Wright brothers had a dream, and they didn't give up. They're like us. We don't give up either.
It was right here that the Wright brothers developed the airplane control system in the year of 1902. I bet you didn't know the space shuttle uses that same control.
No way!
Really?
It's true. It was on this spot that Orville and Wilbur completed the most famous flight in world history.
On December 17th, 1903.
That first flight covered a distance of 120 feet in 12 seconds, from the center of the granite boulder to the first marker. Do you think you could run that far faster than the airplane?
I can try.
I gotta time this. All right, Bianca. On your mark, get set, go. I can't believe you did it in 9 seconds. That's faster than the first flight.
Supergirl, faster than an airplane.
This is great. Thanks, Ranger Collins. We appreciate all your help.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
December 17th, 1903. That was quite a day.
Orville, I was wondering, you think these young people would like to help us fly our 1902 glider?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think? Would you like to help us?
Do you mean it? Is this for real? Who cares? Let's go.
Everyone, when Orville gives the signal, he'll be ready to run down the ridge until the glider lifts off. Understand?
Let's go. Unbelievable. Look at it go.
Who knows? Maybe someday we'll be famous inventors too.
I think they believe me now. Sometimes you just have to stick to what you believe in.
Okay, guys, we believe Jacob. I can't believe it. I actually saw Wilbur and Orville Wright with my own eyes.
Hey guys, KSN is on with the names of the winners.
Who knows? Maybe we'll be added to the list of famous inventors, just like Orville and Wilbur Wright.
Okay, they're making the announcement.
Are we the winners?
What happened? The TV turned off.
Oh well, sometimes, just like Orville and Wilbur Wright, great inventors have to wait a while before they get recognized. Catch you later.
All right, that's a wrap. That's good.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, someone's too hard to take one more day. Oh, my training.
Yes, get a hernia.
Right on the balcony.
How many wildlife species are there in our state? Well, the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency counts more than 1,300. From salamanders and songbirds to bass and black bears, the TWRA has the responsibility of managing all these species. So the next time you purchase a license to hunt or fish, rest assured, you are investing in programs that support all wildlife. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we've got a special turkey show for you. We'll start off with Tennessee's governor goes turkey hunting.
I'm shaking.
You couldn't have scripted a better walk-up.
And we'll finish off with the hunt with Dale Outdoors.
Oh yeah, I called it down there on the ridge over on when we was coming to him. I said, I bet he's got some good hooks. He ain't no 2-year-old.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
Yeah, they all came down. I think there's one on the ground. I'm just gonna keep making sure we don't get back toward it. They must just be sitting over there, because the toms aren't moving. I don't see any hens. They must have gone.
I was waiting for him to get closer, but then I think he must have seen us. I blew that. I see him. You called them right in.
Patience paid off.
I'm shaking.
You couldn't have scripted a better walk-up.
Because I thought I blew it earlier in the morning when I didn't get that smaller one.
What a beautiful.
What? What?
They gobbled right up to the decoys.
That was awesome,
There's
son.
that other Tom.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. We're very privileged and grateful to live in such a beautiful state with abundant natural resources and wildlife. And I hope you get out and enjoy the outdoors as well.
Look, boys. Hey, look. You want to touch the feathers? Why don't you take a feather? You want to take one for good luck? Look.
Dang.
That's BB's turkey.
Hi, my name is Roger Shields, Wild Turkey Program Coordinator for the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Did you know that wild turkeys almost disappeared in Tennessee? That's right. Now, in the early 1800s, as Tennessee was starting to be settled, they were abundant and pretty much everywhere. But due to the pressures of settlement related to unregulated hunting and habitat loss, their numbers started to decline. Actually, to the point that in the early 1900s, very few even still existed in Tennessee. Well, with recognition of the problem, efforts to restore them kicked in. Now, at first, we tried to use what we call game farm or pen-reared birds and release those into these areas. But unfortunately, those birds just didn't have the characteristics, the wildness that they needed to survive and make it in the wild. So what really was the key for successful restoration was when we started trapping wild turkeys from areas where they were still abundant, primarily in southeastern and southwestern Tennessee, and then relocating them to areas where the habitat was good, but the turkeys had been removed or had died out. That effort of trapping them began in about the 1950s, continued on until the turn of the century in the early 2000s, at which point we had restored turkeys to all 95 counties and populations were healthy and abundant. So we considered it a success and concluded that effort.
Good morning, Tennessee. We're up here in God's country. In fact, there's one goblin right way over there, probably a quarter of a mile. Turkey hunters do this all the time. They'll sit up here, daylight, waiting for that gobble, see who's closer, right? And if you don't hear nothing early, and let's say that turkey over there's, gobbling is a quarter mile away. Now we can go on the back side of this. But instead of rushing all the way over in the prime time where they're still in the trees and, a lot of guys just run over there. But if you got access to move a lot on the property, we're hunting about 300 acres here, so we got access to where that turkey's gobbling. A lot of times if you just wait, just be patient, work the area you're in, at about 9 o'clock, 9:30ish, go back in there even if he's not gobbling. 9:30. Then you can maybe get in your vehicle, drive back around to where you heard that turkey earlier. And a lot of times turkeys up in the day, mid-morning will start gobbling. And boy, and there's one right there. So we're going after that.
Yeah, it's too close.
I heard that one. figured that's what was wrong. He's in his strut zone. He's got a strut zone. He's staying right in the same spot. That's what he's gobbling at, that slate call. He's on that point over there, where he's at. We're gonna try to have to get over on that side with him. Just go slow, but he's probably going to stay right there. We'll have to get. It goes to show you, he won't say nothing to that. I picked that slate call up. It's like bam. Now, I think what it is, they have a particular hen that they've been with, or maybe they've heard and they haven't been with yet. That's why you need different calls. I called with that. They get in these strut zones like this. And you get them gobbling. Sometimes you get them, like gobble. Then they'll start gobbling by themselves. That's a good sign. When they start gobbling by themselves after you've called to them, just let him keep gobbling. Don't call to him going over. We can get over here on this ridge with him. We'll crow call to him because he was gobbling the crows earlier. And then just get as close as you can and try to get in that bubble. He's gobbling right on that point. Because he was up here, did you hear him? He was up here. Then he went down here. Then he came back up here. And now he's back down there. So when they walk back and forth like that, and once you get up there, if he keeps doing that, let him go back down there, move up. If you have to get down, he comes back up here. And hope he walks back in. And just, every time he walks back down there, move a little bit closer. It's tough. It's a tough turkey to hunt, especially in terrain like this, because you're in this high elevation, you've got all these bottoms. It's tough. But that's the way you got to do it. You don't just run. A lot of people will just run right to him. So, let's just go to that point and run right. You blow him out of there. And they gobble by themselves. It means they're interested. Now, if you were calling, let's just say he wouldn't gobble until you called. That's either a shot gobble or he's close. I'm going to have to set up. You want to be careful. He ain't that far. Listen. He's like right over that ridge. Yeah, it's all good. He's within 100, so. I'd say y'all sit right up there and laying back. I'm going to have to, look. Yeah, you're going to sit back here. Yeah, I'm going to see you. God, man, he's close. Let's see. When he walks back, let him go back.
Across the top of that hill, he'll spot us.
Oh, yeah. If we call, he'll come. Yeah, he might come in. He's within 100. Yeah. I can hear him. He's probably within 100. If he'll just get back, let him go back. Sometimes you gotta wait 30 minutes. Just let him go. But I've killed so many like this, man. And usually when you get, like, if we can get where he gobbled down, you can just go back down the ridge. Yeah, let him go back. Usually, most of the time, if you can get where he just gobbled, you just make like 2 or 3 clucks, a little bit of they'll come running back. He might be a stubborn 2-year-old, but I doubt it. I'd say this will help. I'd say he's a big 3 or 4-year-old, maybe 5. Y'all stay here. I'm gonna crawl first. If I don't see him, I'll motion for you. Whoa. I might have to get up there and call and see where he's at. That's what I wanted. He's down in there. He'll come back up here. You sit right there. You sit right there. You sit back there. Come on, sit back. You'll probably come back pretty quick. Well, he come back fast. He'll come right down that way. So be still. Man, he come in fast. That's the way you kill a strut zone gobbler. Did I call it, or did I call it?
Awesome, man.
Man, you couldn't move, could you? He was like right there gobbling our face.
I wanted to move him and got behind that tree, but I was afraid of.
Holy smokes, that worked. Did I call it, or did I call it?
That's exactly what he was doing.
I've done that so many times over the years, that right there. How long did it take him to get up here after I made that one little call? Just that one little, I told you, didn't I? Down there, I said, you make one or two calls. I could have shot him with, what, 20 yards out there, but I couldn't move. Because listen, come on, I want to show you something. Now, I did a mistake, but sometimes you just gotta improvise. Actually, I did a video on this once. You don't ever want to set up where your gun has an obstacle like that, because see, I couldn't move. Try your best not to set up where you got something in your barrel, but I was afraid he was going to walk right through here. Sucker flopped all the way down this. He flopped all the way down this road. Oh man, his tail feathers, some of his tail feathers come out. That ain't good. All right, look at that. Man, lost tail feathers. That ain't good. Boy, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful turkey. Good boy, he gobbled good, man. I mean, look at, man. See what kind of hooks he's got. Oh yeah, I called it down there on the ridge over on when we was coming to him. I said, I bet he's got some good hooks. He ain't no 2-year-old. It's probably a 4-year-old bird. He's got some sharp points. So, oh yeah, he's probably a 22-pound gobbler at least. All right, man. I'll tell you, man. Look at this. Oh man, his tail feathers has come out. I ain't gonna get to cape that one, but that's all right. We'll get some good pictures and have a memory. But come on in here, Mike. Got Mike from the TWRA with me here in Tennessee today. Sit down here. I'm tired now. We had to walk a pretty good ways to get on this turkey. Well, Mike, congratulations. What do you think about that, man?
That was a good one. Only had to walk a couple of mountains to get it.
Shoo. Man, I'll tell you, get a shot of this terrain. This is some really tough terrain that we're hunting. We're deep in the mountains with them in Tennessee here. And it's just really steep. I mean, this is some of the toughest terrain I've hunted probably since my West Virginia days when I used to deer hunt up there. And, you know, but, you know, this gobbler, Mike, this gobbler here, when we was way over on that other ridge, and he gobbled early, didn't he? He was like pretty early when he gobbled.
6:15.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I knew we couldn't go across this bottom, so we went up here. I thought maybe he might sometimes go across, you know, across the valley if he's really hot. I didn't know if he's by himself or not. But we was all the way on that other ridge over there. And this turkey here is a classic example. And not bragging on myself, but pat me on the back. I did call this one. I did call this one perfect. But, you know, after 30 years of hunting them, you kind of get to know them a little bit. But this turkey here, he was on this point. Well, no, actually, he was under this point when he gobbled. And we come up there. And when he came up here, we was way over probably 800 yards. But he came over here to this little ridge. And then he gobbled at me. I switched to this slate call here because I hadn't used it none. I've been using my mouth call. I've been using my box call, but he just went and talked to it. And so, you know, it's just like fishing. Sometimes you just got to keep throwing to what they want. And I pulled out this whole fire starter by Spring Fever Custom Calls, this slate call, and boy, he just ate it up, didn't he? I mean, he just, bam, boy, he hit it. And I was like, okay, that worked. So sometimes you just got to switch calls, whether it's the frequency or maybe it's a hen that they're used to hearing, they're wanting to get back with. And that's why you need an assortment of calls. Boy, he's been strutting a lot. He's an old turkey, and you can tell he's really got wore down there. But this turkey is a classic example of a strut zone gobbler. And what he does is they'll get on these points usually. It's usually a point, not always, but it's usually a point probably 70% of the time. And he'll just walk these points into a ridge and back down a point, up to a ridge, back down a point. So when we was over there at the last place we set and he started doing that, I told Mike, I said, I believe he'd be a pretty easy turkey to kill if we can get over there. He said, well, we got to go all the way back around this mountain. And it took us a while, but we didn't call. You know, don't be calling to a turkey when you're going to him if you can help it. Sometimes you got to check them and see where they're at. But you know, we tried to crow call to him, he wouldn't say nothing. But I just kind of felt the way he was acting that he had to be coming right through where we're sitting probably 4, 5, 6 times, just walking and gobbling. He'd be down here and then he'd be back up here and he'd be down. So when they do that, what you got to do is you just got to try to get in their bubble, and that's how we killed this turkey. We just got in his bubble. He wasn't going to come across this valley to us. He wasn't going to come 1,000 yards to us. He won't come 500. You had to get in his bubble. So when we got around, and that's the one good thing about timber hunting, where field hunting is, you know, it kind of will mess you up a lot of times. You know, I killed a field turkey last week, killed a hardwood mountain turkey this week, but the mountains are just a lot easier to slip on turkeys when you have to do that. So we got up here, and then I told the boys, I said, just stay back and let me crawl up there, because that last time he gobbled before we set up where we killed him, he was close. Yeah. Like he was right. He had to be like right in here, and we was just not even 80 yards. And I was afraid and I didn't call because I was afraid he'd come looking for us. So we let him back off, and probably about 20 minutes, I crawled up to that tree. 20 minutes later, I thought, okay, well, I was sitting there thinking, well, he's had time. And sure enough, just a cluck and a little old yelp on that slate call, and he gobbled way down here under this, perfect. And he gobbled like right in our face. I mean, it was great to be strutting. And the reason, you know, a lot of guys, I'll say this too, when you're hunting in thick stuff like this, a lot of guys like to shoot a real open choke. But when you're hunting this stuff, I shoot a 650 choke because this is why. I mean, it's just thick, so you want as many pellets as possible going in a small hole, and that's pretty much what I had to shoot through. So that's why you shoot a tight choke, because if you shoot too wide of a choke, you're gonna miss because you're gonna hit a bunch of branches. And I'm sure my pattern probably got knocked off some, but I had enough to get the job done. But boy, that's a nice turkey, and heavy turkey. Just a good day.
Thanks for coming and showing us how to do it.
Hey man, hope you learned something.
We did.
I don't know everything about them, but you know, after you chase them, and I've done this so many years. I mean, just my dad taught me that years ago. He said, you know, let him gobble, let him go off, get up in their bubble, sit there and let them come back to you. And boy, I've done it so much over the years. But a lot of guys, just like, you know, a lot of your audience here, don't know that, and they would have just come right on up in here and blowed it. Mm-hmm. You know, so sometimes that's why I call it the ultimate chess game, because what you're doing is you're letting him move, and then you're moving, and then you're letting him make a move, and you're moving, and you just got to be a little bit ahead of him. But boy, that was great. That was fun. Yesterday, they about killed me walking around these mountains, but today, I feel pretty good. Okay, Mike, since I've never turkey hunted Tennessee, I know your state is a tag before you drag. So how do you check this turkey in?
It's super easy. We have the TWRA on the Go app. We already downloaded the app for you because you bought a license. Mm-hmm. And it's got 4 questions at the very start. You want to go to My Accounts, Purchase License, Sunset, and Sunrise Times, and then the Report of Harvest. Report of Harvest. We're going to report a harvest because you got a bird. Okay. And then you just answer the simple questions on that next page. Super easy. You've tagged your bird in maybe 30 seconds. So super easy here in Tennessee.
Well, that's great. So you don't have to notch it or nothing? Like
Nope.
Piece of paper or nothing?
Just
like
on the
that. Just on the app.
On the app, and it'll send you a confirmation email, and you can always get your confirmation number on the app itself. So.
All right. Hey, it's been a great hunt here in Tennessee. It's still one of my favorite states to come to. You need to check it out, and you can have a turkey hunt just like ours. Make sure to visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. We're going to go off the mountain now and go get something cool to drink.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for October 17th, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second it. I have a motion from Ms. Carol Haas and a second from Chuck Isabel. I wanted to call him Izzy.
It's okay, a lot of people do.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we'll get right into it. We got the Goblins and the Goodies and Zombie Night and Movie Night, and then Miss Kathy has got us a full gig next Saturday, so we'll start out with Miss Kathy, and she can tell us all about what's going on.
All right, so Saturday from 2 to 4 will be the Goblins and Goodies event at the park. We've got about 31 vendors signed up right now to have a booth. So that'll be from 2 to 4, and then starting at 5 o'clock, the Zombie Night with a dance-off. We'll have a DJ at the football field like we did last year. We are going to ask some of the board members if you want to judge the dance-off so we can determine who wins the first, second, and third. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to do the Addams Family 2 movie, and the Senior Center will be there selling concessions.
How many vendors did we have last year? I don't remember.
We didn't have that many. A lot of the people said they didn't have enough staff. I think maybe 20 to 25 showed up. This year we have a little over 30. I think it's right at 31 right now.
Are we doing political vendors this year?
We do have political vendors, yes.
And I have to give props to David from looking at the weather, as good a job as he did with the other events that we've been having. Saturday, David, is supposed to be phenomenal. Now, I hope I'm not jinxing us, but if the past has taught us anything with the weather being like that, I'm sure we're going to have an abundance of children.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to pull up the weather this morning when I got to the shop, and I was instructed not to do so because we don't look at the weather on event weeks. It worked for OTF, so we're not going to look at the weather all week. We're just going to show up and play it by ear and see what happens.
Well, you know, OTF and National Night Out, everything has been so far been great. I don't even think that it's supposed to be cold Saturday night for the movie. It's going to be cool, but it ain't going to be like cold. So, does anybody have any questions about Saturday? All right, so we'll move on to, as we do every year, Veterans Day, November the 11th.
All right. The Veterans Day ceremony is November 11th at 11 a.m. at Veterans Park. Ross and Tabitha Howard and Pastor Randy Berg will be our 3 speakers this year at the event. And we have made the Facebook announcement to sell the flags for the field of flags. And then, of course, the bricks that are always on sale. So they still have time to get those to hopefully be delivered so we can have them on the wall by November 11th.
The bricks for the memorial wall?
Yes, correct.
I saw something on Facebook where one of those was removed.
It was a blank.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But those are always for sale?
The bricks are always for sale, $35. We get a rush around Veterans Day trying to get the bricks on the wall. And then right around Veterans Day, about the month prior, we open the flags for sale.
Okay,
And those,
because the comment on Facebook, somebody, I guess, only had thought that they were not selling anymore.
Right.
So they're always for sale.
correct, they are.
Okay.
Is it just for veterans?
It is just for veterans on the wall, correct.
And
veterans of the United States military, United States veterans.
Will you guys be set up giving away your world-famous coffee, hot chocolate, and donuts?
Oh, yes, at Veterans Day, we will. We'll have refreshments that morning as well.
Okay. Any questions about that? And now we'll move on down to the Parade of Lights.
Okay, Parade of Lights is the first Saturday of December, which is December 3rd. And the parade will start at 5 p.m., start at City Hall, and then end in the park for the tree lighting ceremony. Chris Clark will be the Grand Marshal, and this year's theme is Fire Up the Holidays.
And anybody that's happens to be watching this on YouTube that may not be familiar, who is Chris Clark?
He
Or you want me to answer that?
was, I believe he was the prior interim fire chief.
He was.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was.
interim was, but he was assistant and then interim, correct, before going to EMS in Rutherford County?
Yeah, he was our
he
fire
became our
chief.
fire chief.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was actual, okay.
He was our fire chief.
It's not on here, David, but I want to interject with it, just so I'll know, and maybe you got it planned for next month, but I just want to, because of the parade of lights and the lighting of the tree, what's the status with the ice rink this year? Am I jumping the gun?
Yeah, we're actually gonna try to install that the week of Thanksgiving, we think. And then, do you have the dates? I didn't bring the dates with me on that.
December 1st would be the employee skate, and then it'll go December 2nd through December 17th. And it'll be available to the public, well, available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Okay, I didn't want to jump the gun, but I just wanted to make sure that we start getting the word out there, because I think that thing's going to be a huge hit.
Well, and you know, this year we're expanding, so it's gonna be 50% bigger. Last year, I think we did it Monday and Tuesday. We didn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we found out that the Monday and Tuesday, we really weren't getting a whole lot of traffic. So we're gonna do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this year and try that out.
You're gonna open it up where people can sign up when they get there? Because I know we had talked about it before.
In person. We're not going to
Yeah.
do the pre-registration like we did last year.
Okay.
The only day that really filled up was the Winter Festival Day, and that was traffic messed with some people getting there. They didn't get there allotted times. So we're still going to open it on the hour, so you'll get an hour rotation, but it's first come, first serve. So if you show up at 12:30 and it's already at capacity, you'll have to wait till 1.
Okay.
So.
Is it too early, David, to put in an order for like about a 35, 40-degree night that night? Or?
Oh, no, we're already working on that. Actually, I think this year, we have talked about, you know, we did the Winter Festival last year and kind of put everything in the front parking lot. Well, as y'all know, last year, it was a terrible day for weather that day. Rained a bunch of our vendors out. So we had 20-some-odd vendors signed up, and I think maybe 5 to 8 showed up. I think we're gonna rent a big tent, maybe a 50 by 100, and put in that front parking lot so the vendors can actually be under the tent and then kind of light that up in case we do have some bad weather. At least we can still have our vendors there.
Away from the tree.
Yes, in that probably around that middle front in the front parking lot in between those two light posts.
I like that idea. And hopefully we will get a good vendor that'll show up with coffee and hot chocolate.
Correct.
I'm sure we'll talk more about this next month, but I just, it's on my mind, and I just wanted to, you know, because you guys worked hard last year. Y'all have any questions about the Parade of Lights? All right, we will move on to the Winter Festival.
Which, December 3rd, we're going to have it from 3 to 8. We're going to open it before the parade starts this year and have it a little longer for the vendors. We have the horse and carriage rides. We've got 2 horse and carriage rides coming this year that will take them up through the walking trail in the back of the park and do rotations that way. And we've already opened up the registrations for the arts and craft vendors for the event. And we are currently looking for a warm snack vendor, be it hot chocolate, donuts, something of that nature. So.
I'm just, is that something the senior center would do?
Well, they generally do hot chocolate and cookies after the parade at the tree lighting. I think they're interested in doing that this year. I know last year they couldn't make the tree lighting, so they provided that at the employee family night skate. So I think maybe this year they may be looking at doing both nights. It's something they've generally done in the past. I think they enjoy doing it if it fits into their schedule. I think they did mention, and I probably failed to mention it to Kathy, that that may be something they want to do. Even if we could find another vendor type, we've had several of those in the past. We had like a mini donut here at City Hall, and the senior center was still able to provide the free stuff also.
We want the mini donuts back.
They were supposed to be here last year, so,
Don't get me started, man. I was looking forward to it. I was just thinking, if the center's always been good about doing that, but if they could combine it to where it could be a minimal charge for a fundraiser and still, you know, good for the citizens, that it would be a win-win situation. Something just to think about, you know. But, you know, I don't want to put them in there without, you know, but just an idea. That's what we're here for, advisory, you know. Any more questions about this? All right. So we're going to talk about the fall ball clinic.
And I'm going to get Andrew to jump in here too. I think we finished up this past Saturday morning with kind of like a game day, kind of like a play day for all the kids that were involved. So we did have 4 nights of practice type sessions and then followed it up Saturday. 4 good nights, 4 great weather nights. We didn't have a rain out, so we didn't have to reschedule. A lot of participation. Saturday was a great turnout, and as some of you guys know, you guys were there to see it firsthand. Just to see the progress that those kids made from the first night to what we saw Saturday was night and day. Every night they showed up. Parents were great. Can't say enough about the parents and our volunteers. They showed up. You know, I'm sure there's a million things that the parents could have been doing those evenings, but they made sure they brought their kids to the park. So that's what we want. So from what we witnessed in those 4 weeks and Saturday, when the kids left, they were all excited about what was coming in the spring. Had parents asking us about the new league coming in. I didn't see a kid that did not leave with a smile on their face. So I think it was a good experience for everybody. Props go out to the coaches and volunteers, especially on the T-ball side, because I tried to do that for 2 nights, and I was like, I got to have a vacation. Yeah, they were, you know.
It was like a Chinese fire drill.
Yes, sir. So,
like many of y'all know, we're going through a transition where we're changing to the new league, and a lot of the parents want to volunteer with the new league. So I think just having the clinic and having the kids involved, once they want to get involved also. So that was a great sign for us moving forward.
So the new thing that we voted on, that worked out for the...
That's what we're going to discuss next, yes. Yeah. But a lot of the parents want to volunteer with that new league.
Oh, okay.
So, yep, they expressed a lot of interest in that over the past few weeks.
Can't say enough about the volunteers. Sunny with Rock Springs Middle, she was huge on the softball side. First night, I think she showed up. She probably had 50 girls down there on that side. Brent Turner, you know, he kind of spearheaded the baseball side. Andrew and his guys had everything out there. So it was very organized for something that was kind of thrown together. I don't say thrown together because a lot of effort did go into it, but just to see the organization and the equipment was on each field when it was needed. It was pretty impressive for our guys to have our whole department jump in. And, you know, they're like anybody else. They could have been at home wanting to spend time with their family, but everybody in our department participated in all 4 nights. So big shout out to them. Them guys are great. Kathy and Sheila, awesome. Andrew was on. I thought he was going to wear himself to death on the shirts. He started ordering them like 2 or 3 months before they came in. So, yeah, we couldn't ask for a better turnout. I think things went off without a hitch.
I'll just add a little bit to that. You said thrown together. It's probably not the right word, but it was kind of a quick thing. And everybody involved did great. The park crew, Andrew whooping up hot dogs, man, it was, it was good. The kids were happy. Because, you know, most kids, now there's a few, there's always a few, but most kids, man, they just want to get out and play. And I guess we can just roll this right on into the next one, the ball league, and know that that's going to, and you used one word that I am really, really proud of, because let's face it, we've not seen it in a while, especially the last 2 years. You used the word organization or organizational. So that's something that between that and another word, communication.
Yeah, and with that being said, I will turn it over to Andrew because him and Julia already have, they've got the communication down. There's been more communication before their contract has ever been in place than with any organization that has been up there since we have been here. So, yeah, I'll let him run that down.
Yeah, like David said, Julie and I, we probably speak at least once a week as of right now. But the last BOMA meeting, the board passed the RFP, which you all basically saw from the last meeting. And then the next month will be the user agreement. So that's just finalizing all the info that our agreement's set for the spring. And once that's done, they're good to go. So, but she's already pretty much toured the facilities. We've kind of expressed when signups are going to start, what our scheduling needs are, what their needs are. So we're moving right along. So.
Yeah, what we want to do is provide them with whatever they need to be successful, whether that be them printing up flyers and us going out on a Saturday and Sunday and standing at the local supermarkets or Walmart and handing them out for them. We're willing to do that, to put their signs up. I'll be honest with you, man, I've been here 12 years, and everything in our department seems like it's trending in the right direction except for that ball league. So that has been a thorn in our side. So we're ready to turn the corner, and I don't see it not being successful. I just don't, because I know their passion is there, their heart's in the right place. They're dedicated to the kids of this community, and anybody that knows her knows that the basketball league, you know, it's a success. So we want to see that spill over onto the ball league side too. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
We talked to.
And so far, I think she's even went ahead and scheduled her board to go ahead and meet up there. So I think they're laying plans pretty quickly to get this up and rolling.
And I know you guys talked about scoreboards. You talked about the sound systems. You talked about the little tweaking things.
The details that
the kids
want to see.
Yeah, that make a ball league excel, and she's you know, I'm not going to go over expectations, but she kind of knows what we're expecting, but at the same time we've got to stay humble and be realistic and grow it gradually. We don't want to go in there and, you know, but now if it happens, hey, that's great. So I'm excited. The board meeting with BOMA, once we do that, we can blow this thing out of the water and start talking about it. So.
Yeah, and you've referenced the scoreboards and the stuff like that. We want to make sure when they come in that they're not scrambling to figure things out. We want to make sure everything's working for them, whether that be freezers, if we have to replace some freezers. So it may take an initial investment on the city side just to make sure that stuff is up and running, but we couldn't expect an organization to come in and repair that stuff for us. So that needs to be ready for them once they come in the door. They don't need a headache of figuring out, well, I got 2 fields over here the scoreboards don't work on, you know. As a parent, if you go to a game, you want to see the scoreboards working. So, I mean, that's our goal as a department. Andrew's on top of that. Like, he's already met with Julia over, like you said, the PA system and the scoreboard. So there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to have that up and running.
Now, I'm not one to kind of live in the past, but I am curious about one thing. Well, I'm curious about a lot of things. But one thing, if it happens, who would handle it, or can we help? Can we go back to the days of where we used to get sponsors and hang their banner on the fence?
Now, their user agreement, they are able to go out and solicit businesses and put up sponsorships and bring in revenue that way. So any previous user agreement we've had has had that in there. That's just up to the organization. Now, I know that she's reached out, and I know she has parents that work at different companies here in LaVergne that she's already had them reach out to. So I do know that that is in motion right now. So,
is that something that just Joe Public, us, whoever can,
You can, if there's people you think that would sponsor a ball league, I would definitely send them either to Julia's
I
direction.
know Giles got 2 or 3 in his hip pocket.
Well, Land of Frost
He
used to be
does.
a big one. They give out, the money's there. It's just the organization that had it previously, never reached out to them. When the city ran it, we had Land of Frost. I think when LBSA had it, maybe they had Land of Frost. So that organization's been around here. So there is some money out there waiting. It's just making the contact.
How do we or them determine the size of the banner, how much the banner costs to make, and where do you get them made at?
We can get the banners made, whether we use Front Street Signs in Smyrna. I don't know if the vendor, like if, say it was Land of Frost, if they have stipulations, if it has to be a 3x5. I'm not sure. Kathy, do you know? Have you dealt with them?
I don't know. I think we gave out sponsorship packages that they chose.
and that might be something I need to discuss with her. Maybe her board puts in place of what a sponsorship package is, like a level, and then this is what you get for that level.
That's how we did it when we had it with the city.
So different size banners
Yeah, so
is a different
let's
size.
just say it's $250, you get a 3x5 banner or something like that.
Okay.
Something. And
Yeah, because I'm like everybody else. I think everybody on this board in the city has got kids, you guys. I think we're all gung-ho about this league, and we want it to excel. And if there's things that we can do that will help, because if I'm not mistaken, the more banners you get, the more donations you get, drives down the cost of the entry fee. And I know you all even talked about that, an early entry fee price as opposed to
I think she's gonna have an early sign-up registration, and then her registration prices vary based upon what division you are in for your age, so.
All right, I'll be
and
quiet.
That money's out there. Like I think Land of Frost at one time, it may have been up to $10,000, 5 in the spring and 5 in the fall. As long as their name was on the back of a shirt or the front of a shirt, and you took the pictures and submitted it to them so they knew,
Oh, I
It
coached
doesn't
with
cost a
that.
lot of money to put their name on a shirt.
I coached then. I know, man.
It's still a lot to sponsor a complete team as long as their name was on it.
But if you all know anybody that's looking to sponsor kids, I mean, definitely have them reach out to the front office at the park, and we can send their info to Julia and USL and have
Yeah, and
them.
it doesn't have to be like you want to sponsor, you're a $250 sponsor or $500. If you could, I don't know what she's got to sign up for a kid, but even $50 could go towards a kid, or, say I only have $75 here, I'm like to put this towards sponsoring a kid somewhere down the line.
Do you all have, or does she have a template, some sort of?
I would have to get with her on that. I don't think she does right now. I know, like I said, she was supposed to meet with her board this past Tuesday, but they had some scheduling conflicts. So I can touch base with her on that and see what they can discuss there on their meeting and bring that back before you all, just to let you know next month.
All right, well, it won't be long. It'll be here. They'll be doing sign-ups.
Yeah, they have sign-ups scheduled for January and February, practices in March, and the games are right around the 1st of April.
All right, any more questions about the ball league? Well, Does anybody, well, let's just do it this way. We'll start with Mr. Isabel. Chucky. I know him good enough now, I don't have to call him Charles.
Only bill collectors call me that.
Do you have anything to add to this meeting?
No, I think it's been a good meeting.
Commissioner Davis?
So we have some really good stuff coming up. I'm really excited about all of this. And also every year, I'm excited to see how it's growing as well. But I also want to thank you all for all of your hard work. We help when we can, but you're pulling all the weight, and we want to thank you for everything.
Ms. Carroll?
Just to, follow up with Laura, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, the whole group. I mean, y'all are awesome. You're personable to the community, and every event has more community participation. There's more people coming out, even from surrounding communities like Smyrna, Antioch, even Old Timers Festival. I talked to some people that came in from Murfreesboro. So the word's getting out that when LaVergne has an event, it's top A #1. So thank you all very much. And again, I look forward to the events coming up for the rest of the year, and then January 1st will be around the corner and we'll be starting it again. So thank you all.
Mr. Giles?
Yes, I live in the Brookside community in LaVergne, and one of our HOA guys came to me this week and asked about the park that they're building over there. So just want to know the city's involvement in the park and their what they like to do with it. They're very concerned over there about that park.
The Brookside Park?
Yes, sir.
David?
It is actually it's a TDOT grant, so we have to follow their steps that they put forward. So actually today, I think they just approved the minutes from the Planning Commission when we took it to the Planning Commission 3 months ago, I think. So, we got the grant, we are awarded the grant, but they did need that step added to their history, showing that we as a city did take it to the Planning Commission. So, I mean, it's set up over there. It's going to be a walking trail. It's a play area, a swing area.
Yep, it's gonna have a parking lot, maybe 10 or 12 parking spaces.
Pavilion.
It will have pavilion. And the walking trail should tie into the existing walking trail that is behind the houses now.
Yeah. And then it's going to have like a youth multi-purpose soccer. We call it a soccer field. It's like a U8 soccer field, but it's not going to be lighted, so it's kind of just be a multi-purpose field.
And that'll have a couple of benches. That'll be with that also.
Okay. What's the time frame for opening?
I think we have to use that money within 3 years. I would have to double check to see when the clock started on that. I think COVID threw everything behind, because this was actually started in 2020, but we really didn't get to go ahead to start moving forward here until probably within the last 6 months.
Is that the part that you're building? Is that the one we voted on, or is that somewhere else?
That is the.
I think you're talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield grant.
Yeah, that is another grant that is out there. Okay. That's totally different than this TDEC grant. That Blue Cross Blue Shield grant would be for a playground that we're proposing kind of over around the Hurricane Creek area, where the walking trail dead ends right now. But the one you're talking about, we brought before this board, I want to say in 2020, around December of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Cole, did you hear the question? He was talking about he was asking about the Brookside Park. Maybe you or Mr. Graham can update us on.
Sure. You want to come up with so the Brookside Park had to go through Planning Commission and get approval through Planning Commission. Then that, as well as the minutes of the approval, had to be submitted to the state. And so that has been submitted, and we're just waiting for them to release funds, and then everything starts. So it will have a pavilion, a ADA accessible playground, a soccer field, and some parking. And it is a pocket park designed for the local community, not a big Veterans Memorial Park, similar to how Mankin Park is.
Well, Giles lives over there in that area, and they were asking him about it, the community. So,
Discussing the planning commission to increase the size of the car park, but looking at the grant, we decided to leave it as it is, because it would have through money to be funded for the park as it was.
Okay, thank you.
And I've gotten a few emails from some residents over there about could we change out the soccer field for a pickleball court, and we actually have one over here with Veterans Memorial, so whereas we don't have soccer, really a soccer field anywhere in the city, so right now it's staying with that.
Okay.
But what other questions were they asking?
More so just concern about the neighborhood. It's a small community over there, you know, in this last phase, it's not connected to the other side of Brookside, so they're concerned about that kind of stuff.
Yes, it is designed to be pocketed, so small, something for that immediate community, not one of the larger parks. So I was just over there. I know I've spoken with Kathleen, who lives on Condor, that backs up to where the park will be, and she even has some concerns about where it's at. But this has truly been a long time coming, because this was, Brookside Park was really established under Mayor Mosley, but it was just a walking trail that ended to an open field. So there was no park, and our side of town really hasn't had anything other than the fire station. So this is the start of that. We've discussed some other uses. I know there's one piece of property that's developing where they're giving the city some land, and that will either be for police, fire, or for the parks. And so, but it's moving towards these smaller pocket parks for localized communities, rather than just have something where you would see someone from over here, or let's say McFarland Point or the Ridge. They won't be driving over to this ideally. This is just something that's again small for the local community.
Awesome, thank you.
question for Mr. Coates, is this going to be a lighted park?
There's no lights.
No lights, okay.
I don't believe there was any electricity runs to the pavilion.
No.
There may be regular, regular security lights, but
At some point, we may install a couple of outlets and a security light there, and possibly a water fountain. Would have to go back and look into the plan. Anything dealing with T-deck, if it's not on the front end, it's hard to get it on the back end. Because like when the mayor said, people asked if there were certain elements that we could change. I don't think we can go in there and do a big change like they're talking about, take that field and turn it into pickleball, since it wasn't proposed on the front end, because what they approved was our basic design that we submitted. Now, there may be a possibility inside those play zones to swap up some equipment, so it's not necessarily the equipment we proposed, but maybe something similar. But something as drastic as even, I think they would consider it drastic where maybe we wouldn't, is even building a bridge across that creek there to the other existing side. I don't even think we could do that, because that was mentioned, and it was like that was kind of taboo since it wasn't proposed on the front end. Kind of similar with kind of what we're going through with the help me out, Andrew.
Greenway.
The Greenway, where we're trying to extend it to the boat ramp. They said, anything you think you may want on there 20, 30 years from now, put it on the front side of it. If you build it on the front end, that's great. If you decide you're not gonna build it on the front end, but you wanna build it 15 years down the road, if it's in your initial plan, that doesn't have to come back for review. You can just go on to the next step. So that's kind of, I think, where we're at on that Brookside Park. Like the mayor said, the minutes have been submitted for the planning commission, so they're pretty much in their system. We're just waiting for the next go-ahead on the next step.
Giles, do you have any more questions about it?
No, sir, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Miss Felicia?
Well, I would like to know when y'all find out what the sign-ups are for the children for playing ball, because I personally would like to donate And I would hope that our board.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
I personally would like to donate for a child to play ball.
Jerry, you got that on film?
I've donated before, I just don't
I
tell
know
people.
you have, but I have got to give you a
But
hard time.
I do hope that, you know, so that if there are any children that the parents can afford it, I would like to, and I would encourage our board to
Absolutely.
help
Yeah.
with that too.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Julia and get the prices on that and also talk to her about the sponsorship levels. So, and we'll have that for you next meeting.
Is that it?
That's it.
Only thing I'm gonna do is add to what Carol and Laura and them was saying is, and we come in here every month. I mean, let's say it. We come in here every month and we give you guys props and we thank you for the great job you're doing. There's really no words to say what a great job. We come up there, especially us Boma people and stuff, and everything is set up, it's fixed up. So looking forward to this weekend, and going to be with the weather holding true, it's going to be crazy. Everybody knows that, and I hope all your vendors show up, Kathy, because I know when them vendors don't show up, you get
Yeah, it gets a little hectic.
it gets a little hectic. So we are having a meeting next month, according to this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because we had
We're gonna
said
have one
something
next
earlier.
month. I don't think we have one planned for December.
Okay. All right, so our next meeting will be November the 21st at 6 p.m., same bat channel, same bat time. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, October the 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you could just review the minutes from the July the 26th regular meeting, if you would. Any comments or changes, let me know. If not, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Move to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. On to new business. Request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 25 Ingram Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 25, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thank you. So this is the report for 25 Ingram Boulevard. This applicant is seeking permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers at this location. The site, of course, is at 25 Ingram Boulevard, and the site is owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. And the proposed business would generally operate during normal business hours, and according to the LaVergne Municipal Zoning Ordinance, in Article 5, commercial uses that are allowed in the commercial zones, which are C1, C2, C3, and C4. Those uses can be allowed in industrial zoning, in this case the I2 zoning district, if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. One of those uses that would be allowed includes what this applicant is asking for tonight, which is vehicle sales and or leasing. So looking here on the screen, the property right here, it's outlined in blue, this rectangular piece of property, and it is located on the south side of Ingram Boulevard. So for a closer view, you can see here, again, outlined in blue, and the building is here where I'm pointing, and then to the east is a larger parking area, and this driveway comes in from Ingram and makes sort of a horseshoe shape so that they can loop around through the site. And there is some parking here on this west side as well. This is the zoning map, so the dark blue indicates heavy industrial zoning. So again, this is I2 zoning. There is C2 zoning on the west side. That parcel touches Walden Road as well. Then all the other surrounding properties are zoned the same, which is heavy industrial. This is a photo of the site. So you can see the existing building and driveways. So this is, Walden Road would be behind you, and this would be going down Ingram to the east. And the next photo is looking west. So again, this is Ingram, and this is the traffic signal at Walden Road and Ingram. And then you can see the other driveway entrance that's existing today. This building is a two-story building currently, and you can see these bays where the current tenant or former tenant has been conducting their business. So there are large, three large bays on the existing building. And landscaping, the site has some nice landscaping already that probably exceeds what's even required in this industrial district because it's not in an overlay zone. So the landscaping out there is nice. They did submit a full binder with all of their plans and photos, which you have in front of you. And so this is the plan that they submitted that shows the dimensions of the site and the shape and size of the building on the site, as well as the driveways and the utilities. And this is just a closer view of that plan that they submitted. And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do you have an applicant here that can stand on the podium, please, if you would, and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Bill Herbert. I'm with the law firm of Thompson and Burton in Nashville. Our address is 1810 West End, Suite 1550 in Nashville.
Thanks, sir. Any comments or questions for what Mr. Logan's report was? Any add-on to it?
I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but I would say that, and this is on me, when Mr. Logan and I first started talking, my client had been telling me that they were going to do some sales on site. They are not going to do that. There's no sales. This is simply truck leasing, and that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're here before you for a special exception, and thank you all for being here and hearing me tonight. As Mr. Logan said, this property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial. We're going to use the property as is. We're not going to make any changes to the utilities. We're not going to expand the building in any way. We're going to completely as is. The previous use is a concrete pumping company, and I've driven by there, and they may kind of still be in that building, or they may not be. I really don't know. So we're going to be using it to lease trucks. And if you look over in my little memorandum that I submitted to you all on the Exhibit A, these are the types of trucks that they're going to be leasing. And so they're going to be leasing these tractor trailer, but just the tractor component, no trailer component, and medium and light duty box trucks. I was told initially that they would keep about 30 trucks on site. That has been clarified with me. There will be about 15 trucks kept on site. Furthermore, there will be no walk-in business at this site. These trucks are leased to commercial users, and so there's no traffic coming into the site. I'm told that the company intends to employ between 8 and 18 people on site. And that's really about it. As you all probably know, a special exception is a use that comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a use that's permitted by right under the law, provided that I show you that it complies with the conditions that are set forth within the LaVergne zoning code. In my memorandum, and I'll touch on these very briefly, and I won't dwell. In my memorandum, the conditions that are in the zoning code, I've set out as numbers 1 through 9 in the memorandum. I've addressed each of those, and just as a matter of law, quite frankly, I'll just touch on them very briefly, and then I'll turn this over. So the zoning code asks about points of ingress and egress. There are 2, and you all have seen that. There'll be no changes there. It asks about parking and loading areas. You can see from the aerial photograph, we'll be using that as is. There'll be no additional parking at all. It'll be used completely as is. The refuse service is located to the side of the building in the existing place, so we'll be using it in the exact same location. Utilities will be exactly the same. We won't add to or move any of those. The property is secured by a chain link fence. Also, you notice around this property that there's wooded areas, and this is stream buffer. We will leave the stream buffer exactly as it is. We won't encroach into it, and we won't degrade it in any way, exactly as it is. The sign that's on the property, it'll be changed to be the new user, but there'll be no change in the size or illumination or anything like that. The open space that's required by the city, we feel like was met by the current user, quite frankly, and there'll be no change to that. We feel like the use is generally compatible with the area. And if you need to see any more detail, I know that Alta survey that was given to you was really small. I've got it blown up. If you need to see it or have something that's more readable.
Just quickly.
With that to you, it's a heck of a lot easier to read than that other little piece of paper that I gave to you. So, and with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for a very in-depth report and information. That's always very helpful to us. So just to touch on one, so you're not affecting the existing buildings and remain exactly the same, correct?
Exactly the same, correct.
Okay.
Is there any maintenance on the vehicles at this site?
So the vehicles that are gonna be at this site are gonna be, if you look at my little memorandum, you can see these trucks.
Yeah.
Those are the vehicles that are gonna be at this site. And in fact, the little company logo, that's actually the company that's gonna be leasing it. So it's these exact vehicles. They expect that, there will be, what'd I say, there's gonna be between 10 and 15 of these vehicles maintained at the site at all time. I had initially said 30 in my memorandum. That is not correct. I've confirmed with my client. They're gonna keep about 10 to 15.
So those roll-up doors are like a garage rather than a loading dock?
On the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay.
They're currently there, and we're not gonna change those.
And the maintenance will be done internally in the building, I assume?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The maintenance will be done inside the building?
That is correct. It'll be done inside the building, and I'll say this, they'll only be doing cleaning and routine maintenance. There will be no repair work being done on this site. Just whatever may be minor for cleaning up the vehicle, whatever, changing the oil to get it ready for the next person who's leasing the vehicle.
Will they be doing fueling at the site?
That is a really good question. I believe so, because there is already an existing pump
Okay,
at this
I
site.
didn't see that on the...
There'll be no add-on in that regard at all, but there is an existing pump at this site.
So they're in compliance with all hazmat and safety regulations? I
Yes,
assume?
sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I'll accept a motion for or against the application as stated.
I submit motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have
Appreciate
a
it.
great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.